Hello, 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 hello. Happy Friday. Happy Friday and welcome along, guys. Welcome along, viewers. Let me see. Now, I've tried changing around my audio a little bit. Tell me if that's too loud, music-wise. Happy Friday indeed, Arabundi. Welcome along. And cheers, Sláinte. Hey, guys. Tell me, how does that audio sound? Does that music sound too loud, or is it okay? Ah, Shkal, Sláinte. Okay, excellent. So there's one vote for either. Well, maybe you can do it being slightly louder. Let's see. I'm just playing some random mods. Excellent. That's good to know. At least that's it. Although, yeah, you could... Oh, sorry. I'm not even using the right mic. I'm just... Hold on a second. Now, can you still hear me? Do I sound even better or worse? Ah, okay. So you're probably compressing the shit out of me and hearing the music as well. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, because I would like to have the music as kind of like very much in the background. And yeah, I think that's the way it should be. But okay, so I'll use Arabundi as a judge. Hey, Friar85, how are you? Now, okay, another vote then. How does that audio sound? Can you hear the music? Does it sound too loud, too quiet? Yeah, because Zuperdan is not well, let's say your average viewer, I suppose. Yeah, I'm okay. I have had a busy week, but I have my Birds and Bees beer. Whoa, can we see that? Oh, the sun is shining here in Scotland. It's just going down, but that's exactly what I'm aiming for. Cool. Once it's there, so it's not totally dead silent when I'm not talking. That's because that's a bit too quiet. But yes, I have a selection of it. It is an IPA. It's not an IPA. It's a golden ale, and it's a Scottish beer. There are a lot of Scottish beers. They are quite good for their beers up here, actually, and yeah, so I do enjoy Scottish beer. This is called Birds and Bees, and the Williams Brothers Brewing Company of Scotland. It's very tasty. Yeah. We often have, there'd be people would have office nights out and stuff in the breweries around here. That's fair enough. Yeah, it's nice. It's not as... I think it's a little bit lighter than some pale ales, and especially a red ale and stuff like that tend to be a bit heavier. But it's a nice light one, yeah. Because with a couple of heavy beers, I will probably be asleep. So that is the kind of week it was. Okay, but yeah. So the last time I covered quite a bit about graphics and stuff, and I kind of like afterwards thinking I possibly did a bit too much skipping, or not too much skipping, but I think I kind of like touched on a lot of things and didn't go into them some of them in enough detail. So does that kind of ring with people? Are there sort of topics that people might want me to go into in particular with graphics wise? Or do you want me to go through some of them again? Or, what would you like to do? There was one demo that I think I actually skipped, and I might try and find that first. Oh, why is my resolution slightly funny? Oh, it's because of the RTG thing. See, WinUAE will resize its screen for the native screen modes to automatically use the right amount of this display. It doesn't seem to work properly for RTG, and it kind of sits at the last set screen size or window size. Okay, tile-based collisions. I haven't done any collisions yet, but yeah, that is a good one. Personally, I'd like to revisit the tile map scrolling. Yeah, the tile map scrolling. I didn't actually do any of the any sort of blitting on that at all. And the thing is with that is it's kind of sort of, you know, independent techniques. You can blit onto that, and the only thing you need to do is subtract your offset, your bitmap offset, and keep a separate count of where you are in the world. But yeah, what we can do is we can get that map back up and do a little kind of throw a graphic on it and draw it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Was it this one? Double buffering? No. Well, what's listing one? Oh yeah, that was a different one. That was one that we didn't do. I'm going to load it in Blitz Basic because I don't trust any Blitz to do the business on stream. Now, you're super confused because the way I was doing it was more involved than what you've been doing. Well, right, talk me through what you were doing, because I may have just been explaining it in a convoluted way that probably didn't need to be so convoluted. You know what I mean? So I was kind of like, you know, explaining it on the fly. I didn't have a script to go by or anything like that. So yeah, my brain probably works in a different way to yours and might not have been explaining it in the same way, but I think it's probably very similar to what you're doing anyway. But we'll load it up let's take a step back and we'll go and do that demo that I missed the last time first off. Okay, so you draw an entire, so a strip of the bitmap. So you wait, strip. Wait, strip. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so yes, that is that is perfectly acceptable, and it is simpler. But what'll happen is if you draw a column every 16 frames, for example, every 16 frames you're going to have a lot of blitter usage, and your blitter usage will spike for that frame. So if you're drawing a lot of stuff every frame, that frame you might end up taking 2 frames to draw the right amount. Do you know what I mean? Because it might take longer than a frame to draw everything, and that's it. So yeah, blip behind 2, then reset it. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm doing. So the only kind of difference I really have then is I'm basically drawing the number of tiles I need per frame to spread it out. You see? Well, the 030 isn't going to make a huge difference. Where you will run into the bottleneck if you're drawing a lot of stuff is the blitter, and that's the processor will help to a certain extent because, you know, more stuff needs to be done. But yeah. Yeah, like it's basically the blitter would become the bottleneck. When I was doing dodgy rocks, it was a big deal. The blitter, basically, you know, I had to do a lot of work to try and get the blitter kind of running and get everything running to a frame. What I might show you actually is how to do some good testing to see how much blitter time is being used. There's a really nice technique that you just like poke into the background color, and so you just set the background color, and it's a very nice way of checking how much blitter time is being used. Now on emulation, obviously it's much faster than the real thing, so what you can do is you can do cycle exact and get a rough idea of it, but really it's kind of to really kind of get the 100% effect, you need to be on the real hardware. But yeah, I'll do that. That is another good idea, and we will do that. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, so I've got examples which are sort of sub bits of the code. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the background color basically. So yeah, I'll show you it, and it's a very effective technique. But yes, first off, this is the demo that I skipped. Yeah. Oh yes, this is to do with animations. So see the bouncy squishy balls. That was all that was. But yeah, so this is before I kind of skipped a step, because I was thinking when I was explaining about the different frames that our little walking wizard was doing, I was kind of like, yeah, I'm sure there was something before that, and this is basically it. This is what I would use as an example for animation. So you can see it's one step up from the no, it's all simpler than that. Simple stuff. No sine wave. Well, no sine tables involved. It's basically just a gravity calculation and the x coordinate is constant. So yes, it is a sine wave technically, but it's not actually a calculated sine wave. I will run through the code with you. But yes, so this is just showing you that as you get down, you can see that they're visibly squishing as a bounce, and this was just to kind of teach about using sprite sheets and using animation, and just like you know, basically blitting a different frame based on what you wanted it to look like. So instead of blitting the same shape all the time, you can change it to animate it to do whatever, you know. So what was the button for getting out of that? That's it, escape. Okay, so basically this all we're doing is we're drawing. Okay, we're making up the colors. I actually did you know, a two-player Pong game in as a tutorial at one of the Amiga Ireland shows, and so I did that. I had a brutal hangover, an absolutely brutal hangover. It was terrible because I was on the Saturday. We all like drank ourselves into oblivion on the Friday, and I had 10 o'clock in the morning. I had to do this talk, or 11 o'clock in the morning. I had to do this talk on Blitz Basic, and I was not feeling it. Pang, yes. Okay. Oh yeah. Nivrig was there. Nivrig was, I think, was the only one who actually understood me and got the thing finished. Welcome along, Nivrig. Cheers. Oh my god, I was shaking. You know, and I don't like the whole presenting thing. It's like I'm not a huge fan of it. But yeah, it wasn't that was the shakes. It was the beer leaving the system. But yeah, that was it. Oh hi. So yeah, yes. So that was that used sprites and stuff. This is just blitting, but I skipped this the last time. I was just saying that I moved straight onto where we had the wizard with multiple frames of animation, and I didn't really touch on the subject of animation before that. I just blitted a static shape that moved. So what we're doing here is, we have a statement there for pause. We are just setting up a palette, a 16 color palette, making up some colors here that are basically as they say there in the comments. And then, so, sorry, it's what are we doing here that there's 15 colors, and then surely that should be 32. Anyways, yes, so we're setting up a palette. We're filling the first half with specific colors that we want, which are for the balls. The second half we are filling up with random colors for the random lines in the background. Then we're drawing some circles, and we're drawing these on a sprite sheet, basically in memory. So we're, instead of loading in the sprite sheet, we're just making it on the fly and then cutting out the shapes. So you see what we're doing is circle. If we look at that, we got x, y, and or x and or y are the radius x and y. If you don't have the or y value, it just uses this or x for both x and y, which means you end up with a kind of circular symmetry. So the circle is the same number of pixels in every direction. Now on a PAL screen, that's pretty much a perfect circle. On an NTSC, that is going to look a bit stretched. So so you can draw it with a slightly smaller y-axis to get it circular on NTSC. But for PAL, I generally just go 1 to 1. So that's it. So it's drawing a circle 10 pixels in radius, and it's drawing it. Basically, the center point is at 10, and every 20 pixels, it will draw a circle. But then it draws squishy ones here. You can see there's an 8 pixel high one radius and a 6 pixel high radius. Oh, sorry. No, it's well, exactly, yes. Everyone can have the full screen if they want. Yeah, and I especially think, I don't think there are too many people on here who be NTSC machines, but maybe someone will watch them and say, you know, they love NTSC or whatever. But yeah, so we can see here that I'm drawing a load of shapes, and I'm drawing basically 4 rows of shapes in a loop. And our color is 1 plus I times 2. So I goes from 0 to 4. So we're going in colors 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 for the balls. And then for this is a little shine. So we've got 2 circles. This is just a little shine on the ball, just to make it look a little bit like a ball. And that's basically it. And then we convert it to a shape by going through them and just cutting out these shapes that are 20 pixels. Actually, sorry, these are, as they go down, they get wider and shorter. Sorry, yes, so they're not all 20 pixels wide. The balls get wider, up to 30 pixels wide at the bottom. So, yeah, exactly. So, sometimes that's all you need, you know. If you're doing simple graphics, you can do polygons and stuff like that in Blitz. You know, that's all. This was more, but what, you know what I'll do actually? I'm going to save out the sprite sheet of this. So what we're going to do is we're going to do save bitmap and 0. Just so we can see it. This is the purest form of programmer art. Although, you know, I'm sure you remember it too, Nivrig. I remember creating sprites by entering binary as data statements, and you know, and you know, creating car sets that way and using character animation. And that was a lot of time spent, a lot of evenings as a kid with graph paper. Oof. Anyways, I'm doing this in Amiga Blitz. Well, let's do it. No, we won't do it in Amiga Blitz. Let's go back to this one and do it this way. Just because. So we want the palette to be 32 colours. And we've drawn our circles. And we're going to save the bitmap out this time. Now, bouncy balls, and yeah, I'm sure they still exist in my parents' attic. But I had, you know, loads of the maths copybooks that you get in school, with the squares, so, you know, so you can write out your numbers neatly and stuff like that. I had loads of them, all full of like basically Space Invader shapes and whatnot, you know. You know, and 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 written across the top. And, yeah. Anyways, right, that's our program running. We go out of there. Now we should have a little file left for us in the RAM disk. I don't know what grab.iff is, but test is the one we made. Oh yeah. Okay, so you can see there, this is what I drew in the program. This is your programmer art. So you can see, yeah, there's your normal ball, and then it gets squishier and squishier and squishier. So you've got 4 sizes of each ball and 5 different colors. Okay. So what we're doing there is we are converting them all into shapes, and we're just basically cutting out shapes that are get a shape. And so shape ID is I times 6 plus j. So we're going in a grid basically. So this is why we do it a slightly funny way with the numbers. But yeah. So basically we just calculated an ID there based on the x and y coordinate, and then so j times 32 is across the way. So 32 pixels wide, and then 20 pixels high are the rows. And then we cut the shape set 32 by 20. So even though when it's a perfect circle, it'll be 20 by 20. You know, as it gets squishier, it'll be lower than 20, but we're still cutting out a full 32 pixels. We actually have a lot of engineers in my job, just thinking of, you know, artist code, that did a particular course in Glasgow, in one of the unis in Glasgow, and where it's a collaboration between the School of Art and the School of Engineering. And, you know, you kind of think, that's bizarre, but you can see why they do it. These are, you know, kind of product design engineers, but they're designing, like, handles for medical devices, let's say. And I can draw a handle in CAD. I can draw a handle, and it will be a round piece of plastic that you hold on to, and it works, you know. These draw it, and it's all sculpted and nice, and, you know, it kind of, like, you can definitely tell the artists who are engineers, and the engineers who are artists, you know. And I didn't do art. I did engineering, just engineering, and so I create very utilitarian-looking devices. I give them to them to do all the ergonomics and stuff. But yeah, so we cut out our shapes. Now here's a new command that we didn't actually touch on before: mid handle. So every shape, I was saying there a while ago, every shape has a handle, and that's like an XY coordinate. And so when you blit a shape, let's say at coordinates 0, 0 on a bitmap, the handle of the shape gets put at 0, 0, 0, 0, and the rest of the shape gets drawn further down, because 0, 0 of the bitmap is 0, 0 of the shape as well. So the shape gets sort of drawn to the right and to below that point. But you can move that handle, and sometimes it's you know, more convenient to have the handle elsewhere. You can use the handle command. So handle will just give it the shape and the x and the y, and that's yeah, I possibly. But you can move the handle. You see, even when you're making the, you know, if you go into the arrow kind of preferences program, you can move the handle, the hot point of the pointer. But yeah, so you can move the handle, but it probably is why, you know, so that you can point at point 0, 0, I suppose. I don't know actually. It's just convention. But yeah, so yeah, it's quite possibly. But anyways, yeah, you can use handle to move that handle to a certain point in the shape. Sometimes it's, you know, you might want to have it at the middle at the top, or at the top right corner, bottom left, bottom right corner, depending on what you're doing. You know, it might make a difference. It might just makes your calculations easier, or your collisions easier, or whatever. But handle lets you do that. But what I am doing here is there's a command mid handle, and you give it a shape ID, and that basically puts it at the middle pixel in it, just like, you know, width of the shape divided by 2 and height of the shape divided by 2. That's where it puts the handle. And for something like this, I think that works, you know. And now here's another one: copying the shapes. We want to duplicate. Yeah, so what we do is we copy the shapes. So we've left, you see up there, we only have like 0 to 4 in each direction, but we actually get an ID that's I times 6. So it's as if we have like 6. What way are we going? It's basically as if we have 6 shapes across. But we don't. We only have 4. But what we're doing is we're adding this one, this shape here, on this side, and this shape here at the end. So that basically means if you play this as an animation, you go that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and then that one, and repeat it. It just looks like it's constantly going like that. I don't think there's any speed difference basically, ultimately, what decides the speed really is whether your data ends up like straddling a border of 16 by 16 on the bitmap, which is often the case, which is most of the time. You know, it's 15 out of 16 times you won't be on that border. You know, you'll be straddling it somehow or other. Yeah, it's just a kind of a convenience thing. Exactly. So you know, so for something like this, it makes it simple, and you just know the closest you can get to any side is 10. Doesn't matter what direction, and that kind of makes things easier to visualize as much as anything else. So there's not a huge thing to it. Although if you are doing it shape x minus y8, y minus 8, that might actually slow things down. I'm not sure how it does the handle internally, if it just offsets everything on the fly, or if it does a sort of just a built-in shift kind of thing when it's copying the data. I don't know, but I suspect doing the calculation in your Blitz command is probably, you know, kind of a little bit explicit and a little bit slower. I've never tested it. That'll be an interesting test. But anyways, so we can see here that basically, so what we're doing is, instead of drawing those shapes, oh dear. Absolutely. Well, there's someone in NTSC land if it's midday. But yeah, so so you can see what I'm doing. I've got these 4 that I've drawn, and then we're going to copy this shape and this shape onto the next 2 positions going across. But we're not actually doing the copying on the bitmap. We're just copying the shapes, and that's what copy shape here does. Yeah. Do you know, we actually finish work at about 1:30 on a Friday, which is like an excellent thing. It is, you know, I don't think I'd ever go back to a full day on a Friday. It's a legend. And you know, and my wife is working, and my son is in nursery, and this is this blissful, like, 3 hours that's actually my time. It's awesome. It is, and you know, I kind of thought, yeah, it's kind of roughly the same number of hours and stuff like that. No, it's a game changer. Like, can't wait till they go 4-day weeks. Yeah, it's cool. So this is what we're doing here. We're just copying the shape at I times 6 plus 1 to I times 6 plus 5. So this is just copying the extra shapes across, and we're doing it on all 5 rows, I equals 1 to 4. You see, so copy shape is good, especially, you know, if you want to do something like if you're flipping shapes, or, you know, excuse me, things like that. You can duplicate them, and it's an easy way of, instead of having to do the extra calculations, it's a convenience thing that I'm doing here, just to have the animation in a straight row, because they're only small shapes. We're not stuck for chip RAM. Might be a different story if you're stuck for chip RAM. You might want to put in the extra calculations. But anyways, yes. So we're saving it, and now, and here we go. This is this command we just came across there before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it depends on what's your priority, chip RAM or disk space or load time, or, you know, there are pros and cons to everything. Oh, what happened? I didn't see what happened there, actually. And Nivri's a mod. he should be golden. But I didn't see anything come up on my feed here. What? No, okay, false alarm, I think. I saw nothing, Nivrig. I've got nothing in my thing either, so you didn't, that's fine. Okay. So, basically, we're starting at random positions, and we've got... Now, see what we did here? We've got use path, balls, bracket, I, close bracket. Okay, so balls is our array of balls. Dot ball is our ball type, and each one has a coordinate, x, y, XY coordinates, speed X and speed Y, and anim frame. Now, I don't know why we're using a float there. But anyways, yeah. I would probably use a quick there. But yeah, so what's happening here is use path, balls, and index I or element I. That is, but when you use that command, you can then use a sort of a new type reference just starting with the backslash. You see, so now all these are relative to balls brackets I. And it's nice because, you know, that isn't even in the loop, and it's using it's essentially a macro. The compiler just inserts this in front of a backslash. That's cool. And you can, if you have another variable, like if you have another variable, you can still use that with giving the full path. You don't have to, you don't have to just have one new type on the go. So yeah, so that's it. So speed Y is 0. And what happens is then, okay, we're filling it up with garbage, show bitmap, show palette. And then we're doing some double buffering there. And all we're doing for, all we're doing is basically, we're saying the X coordinate gets increased by the speed value every frame. So that's a constant X speed being across the way, and then and if it gets past, if the X coordinate gets past 304 pixels, which is your bounce, it just multiplies the speed by -1. And the same if it goes below 16, it goes by -1. So because our sprite is 32 pixels wide, putting it, basically limiting it to within 16 pixels of each border means that that's as far as it can go before blitting outside the bitmap. And so that's it. So you just check if it's below 16. Then we make sure it doesn't go past that, and we limit it to 16, and we just multiply the speed by -1. Now, if you really wanted to be, you know, tight on the physics, you would, yeah, okay. If you really wanted to be tight on the physics, you could, instead of just clipping it at 16, you would take the difference and add that back on, so you don't lose any momentum there. But grand. Now, so what's actually happening here is the speed X variable has a value. Let's say it's 10. So that means every frame the ball moves 10 pixels to the right. Okay, when it gets to the end, that multiplies by -1, and so yeah, so then your speed is -10. So when you add -10 to the X coordinate, it actually takes away 10. So if your coordinate is 304 because you're right at the edge, it's yeah, 304 plus -10 is 294. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You can't do that in Blitz, but yes, that is it. I don't think you can. I'm sure there is a shortcut way of doing it using the you know, by flipping the leftmost bit. That won't work. That won't work either. Yeah, better way of doing it. Much better. Speed X equals 0 minus. There you go. That's a better way of doing it. Very good. For this, it doesn't make a difference because we've only got like 2 multiplies a frame or something like that. Not a huge deal. But yes, that this was done more for kind of demonstrating the animation than actually the movement. But yeah, that is a much better way of doing it. Thank you, Nivrig. Yeah, so that'll give you the very same thing. So if the speed was 10, then it'll be 0 minus 10, which is -10. Yeah, you could. I'm sure that, yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to be too clever with the binary thing there because obviously it doesn't quite match up that way. But no, absolutely, and you're right. Pull me up and things like that. Yeah, this was clearly written with something else in mind, or you know, my emulation in mind, or my little pick chips, which I love with their single cycle multiplies. It's so good. Okay. Yes, very good, very good, very good. Equals 0 minus. So it's the same thing there. And then now for the gravity effect. So basically, what we're doing is if we're not at the bottom of the screen, I don't know why I did it this way. No need to check if Y is too low since you can never reach the top of the screen. Okay, yeah, fine. So if Y is less than 190, then we just add 1 to the speed. Now speed Y is our gravity, that's our vertical movement. So plus number means you're going down. So yeah, so like, you know, basically we're going to be, if it's less than 190, it's going to be at the bottom of the screen. And we limit it. If it is greater than 190, we limit it. And if it is 190, which is basically a sort of a fall through from this, if it is 190, either because it was over 190 or because that's just what it happened to be, we increase the anim frame by 1. Okay, so basically what happens is the ball gets stuck at position 190 for 5 frames. Or for 6 frames, sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, vector calculations. That'll be fun on 68,000. But see what we're doing here? We're just adding, once we're at position 190 down the screen, we are going through 6 frames of animation. And we're doing the same thing. Basically, yeah, no square roots in a 68,000 unless you're writing the physics simulator rather than the game. Yeah, I had an years ago there was an orbital calculation program that I had, and I got it on like a cover disc or something like that years ago, and it was written for Kickstart 1.3. But it was like, you know, if you put anything remotely complicated into it, it would it would sit there calculating for ages. It was cool. Yeah. When I was doing my little pinball, or not pinball engine, my air hockey engine, I basically just ignored the square root. So considered everything to be, you know, square times the size it actually is. Yeah, lookup tables are the way to go, definitely. But yeah, so I'm doing the same thing here. Speed Y is equal to 0 minus. Okay, so you see what's happening here is basically, if we get to the Y greater than 190, we don't invert it straight away. We basically say we just stick at the same position, and we add 1 to the anim frame, and then that will squish the ball, and then, you know, we go around the same process again. We still kind of try to move down, squish the ball again, and squish the ball again, and back, and that's our 6 anim frames. And once it reaches the full size again, then we let it go by inverting the Y speed. So whatever speed we hit the ground at is now the speed it's going up at, because that's a negative speed then. And we set the anim frame back to 0. Current frame is equal to anim frame plus I times 6. Again, you could get rid of that multiply by making sure that everything is a multiple of 8 or 16 frames. Like, ultimately, the number of the frame doesn't really matter, because you can leave gaps in the number of shapes. So you can have shapes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You don't have to have, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't have to have shapes 6 or 7. Then start at 8 and do it that way. Like, shapes 6 and 7 don't really take up much memory, or any memory, basically, other than a couple of bytes. So yeah, you can do it that way, and then you'll be able to just do a shift here, and that will sort out that multiply. But basically, you see what it's doing here. So we're saying the current frame is equal to the animation frame of that particular ball times plus I times 6. So this will choose the right, basically because we're going on a loop through all 5 balls, and that will basically choose the right image to blit. And then we do our buffered blit at the X and Y of that particular one. So we're using our current frame value there, and that's it. Now, I still don't know why anim frame is a float up here. That is bonkers. That should be a W. Couple of shifts and adds. Isn't that similar to the trick that Apple did? Did they not have a patent on that? Remember with the way they had the nice curves on the edges of their screens, and they were doing that in a 68K, and you're drawing curved shapes like that. It seems like a waste of time. What they were doing was they were just doing a 1, 2, 4. They were just doing a shift, and they got basically, to within a subpixel of a proper curve, and they were drawing it everywhere, and it was like, yeah, that works for GUI. I'm buffer blitting because I have a background there. So you have the option. You can either have another bitmap with the background on it and just restore it from the background using QBlit, or you can buffer blit and restore it directly every time you blit. So it's that's just the way I chose to do it for this particular example. Oh, I see. So, and I have a little bit of code here that if you press fire, then it saves a screenshot. Yeah, because of course this is a system-friendly bit of code, so that's all on a screen. There's no shapes or there's no slices or display lists involved there. But it does look pretty, doesn't it? Oh, save bitmap. Oh, because I've got the bloody file open, don't I? Yeah, so we don't really need to do that anymore anyways. That one. So, does this all make sense to everyone? I don't know what's happened here, but there's the debugger doing its job. Current frame, and so normally in AmiBlitz you can just click on it, although it doesn't always work. So let's have a look at we can't where's their evaluate? Search Y. Okay, I think that was a freak of the random number Jesus, and yeah, I probably haven't limited the height it can get to, so I think it just bounced too high. Well, kiss that chip ram goodbye. It did it again. I must have tweaked something there by mistake. Did I? Have I upset something? I blame Nivrig's 0 minus code because it's clearly business. That's weird. Anyways, yeah, right. Look, we won't worry about that because yeah, exactly. You know, this is like you all saw it. It was running for ages there before. One more go. Yeah, there you go. Just random number, just caught it out because there's no check on the height. There's no check on the height. But anyway, so you can see what it's doing there. Nice squishy, bouncy animation, and that is the fundamental way of animating anything in Blitz. Yeah. So, questions on that, or will I go on to whatever it was that? Oh yeah, we're going to look at the tile scrolling and blitted thing on it and do some collision, tile-based collision there. Okay. Yeah, we're happy. Okay. That'll make a nice screensaver almost. Apart from all the static lines on it, that'll burn your screen. Anyways. Right, that's good stuff. Yeah, we're fine. Grand. Now, so which one was it? Tutorial 8. Redraw one line every 50. Yeah. Oh yeah, you could have it scrolling. You know, you could have the background scrolling and completely fuck with your head. Nivrig, what was that we were looking at this morning on Mixel had a stream, and I had that on when I was dealing with some horrendous paperwork. You know, I was working, I swear. And I had that on the background, but there was a what Jim Power was it? And Mixel was showing the SNES version, and it has this reverse parallax scrolling that just makes you feel dizzy. It's horrible. God. So this is independent scrolling of both playfields. That's basically our wizard, isn't it? Where is it? No. How did I miss this whole thing? 6-bit planes enable scrolling. Okay. Let's give this a run and see what it does. Oh, there's some sprites moving. Oh. Again, this is a step that we skipped the last time. There's some sprites. They're moving around the screen. We also have 2 layers of parallax that we can move as we wish for the dual playfield. And our sprites are bouncing. Yeah, I remember this one now. So again with the programmer art, those are, let's call them aliens, but they're sprites. So you can see channel 0. Like these are 3-color sprites, and basically they're in pairs. So channel 0 and 1 will have to share a palette, and channels 2 and 3 will have to share a palette. So that's what we've got there. So that is so 6-bit planes. So we've got two sets of 3-bit planes. So we've got 8 colors on each playfield. I put a lot of work into them. Basically, if you want to have the 16 colors all in one sprite, all you do is create a sprite with 16 colors. Like, it's as simple as that. Blitz will do that for you. If you load in you create a sprite you create a sprite from a shape. So you do get a sprite and 0, 0, and get a sprite 1, 0. So you see there we've created 2 sprites, both based on the first shape. That makes 2 identical sprites. Yeah, so basically, yeah, exactly. If you've got a 4-bit plane shape, if you've got a 4-bit plane shape, it will be a 16-color sprite. Now, you have to load that as the even sprite, and then the odd sprite doesn't exist anymore. Okay, it will take, so if you load that as sprite 0, if you display that, no, sorry, you can use any sprite, like Blitz sprite object, but if you load that shape as a sprite and you use it in channel 0, you can't use channel 1 then, because channel 1 is part of that sprite now. So it uses channel 0 and channel 1. So you can have 4 16-color sprites. And that's the same for AGA. The only difference with AGA is you can choose you can move that 16 colors around, but all the 16-color sprites still have to share the same 16 colors. That's across the board, all chipsets. Yeah, basically, yes. If you are doing scrolling, you automatically you're pretty much guaranteed to lose channel 7. So if you do have 4 16 colors sprites, the last one will look funny because it's missing half its bit planes. So it will be 3 colors and it'll be weird colors because it's it's after chopping, it's literally just missing 2 bit planes at the back of your sprite. So yeah, so your colors will be all messed up. And if you're using 3 color sprites, that you can use channel 6, but channel 7 just won't show up. You can get around that by narrowing the display. That is black magic. I'm wary of going into that because I've kind of just basically narrowed the display pretty much by trial and error. There are some kind of calculations that I kind of know work, but they only work within certain ranges, and it's a bit, someone with a bigger brain than mine will be able to explain it better, I'm sure. But yeah, it's not. It's funky. Even the Blitz manual makes a joke about like using a screwdriver in the back of your monitor to fix that problem. But yeah, so you lose channel 7 if you use this, if you enable scrolling, because basically if you enable scrolling, you are losing fetch modes, or you're using you're losing DMA slots because you're using a wider bitmap than the screen. And that's basically it. But this is kind of, we did the whole dual play field thing before. So you've got 2 bitmaps, one's full of circles, one's full of lines, and then my sprites. And so again, with the sprites, we've got positions and speeds, and we're just picking random values for them all. And so we do an 11 minus 5. That means the speed can be plus or minus, so it could even be 0. So, but yeah, that's it. And so we do the same thing where we just, use the 2 joysticks to choose the scrolling thing. That's voodoo. That's proper black magic. That, yeah. Because even Super Skid Marks, which is made by the Blitz Basic people, they couldn't do it. So they narrowed the screen. So the screen in Skid Marks, I think, is 288 pixels if you have all 8 sprites on at one time. If you do the high res, with caravans, it's or with 8 players, I think it's 280 or 308 pixels wide or something like that, and it's it's visibly narrowed just to fit all the sprites in. So if they struggle to do it, I think us mere mortals are going to struggle to do it as well. Yeah, exactly. It is. Yeah, that's special. Okay, so basically we're doing the same kind of thing here. We're just bouncing the things around. Look, there's your multiply by -1. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna think of that as the Nivrig move now. Yeah. It's one of these things, I'm sure, that was a complete accident, most likely by a demo coder, because they're the only people who are poking that deeply into the AGA chipset, into any chipset to be able to uncover things like that. Yeah, do the Nivrig, throw needless multiplies in there. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure this would still run at full speed on a 500 because it's not really doing that much. It's one multiply only when it hits the end of the frame or the edge of the screen. But yeah, now you will notice that the sprite coordinates are relative to the screen and not the bitmap. So if we run that, all our things are bouncing around. If we move, nothing changes there. You see? So the sprites are totally unconcerned with the scrolling, with your bitmaps, what size they are, what position they are, anything like that. Sprites don't care. Sprites only care about the screen. That's it. And they can be drawn off either side of the screen. They can be drawn up above, down below. They're happy to be drawn out there. They're nothing to do with the bitmaps. Nothing at all. So yeah, so there you go. So that was the introduction to sprites that I should have given last time. Oh, jitter. Why won't that escape now? Where's my mouse pointer? Is it that one? Yeah, it is. Some of my demos escape with, or quit with escape. Some of them quit with the fire button. Now, when you say slow down, like a sprite will stay on screen as long as you, you know, once you display a sprite, it stays there. It doesn't flicker. It's there permanently until you move it somewhere else or until you do something else with it. So if your code slows down and you're not able to give it a new set of coordinates every frame, then it will slow down. It doesn't. It's not automated, like as in the movement isn't automated. You still need to move it, but if you don't need to worry about drawing it every frame. So if you're not able to keep up with the blitz or something like that, it will still stay there, even if other things are flickering on a like without double buffering, for example. Sprites won't flicker. Yeah. Yes, you basically, this is why you always, you know, in all these scrolling things, you always have to sort of maintain an offset so you know where you are, and then you can work relative to the screen coordinates, and that's kind of how all these things work. You know, you just subtract your bitmap coordinates from your screen coordinate, or the other way around. Yeah. If you're doing silly, well, not silly, if you're doing very clever tricks, you know, you can use more than 8 sprites. Now, Blitz does support, in an easy way, it's one of its built-in copper tricks is to use 16 sprites on the screen, separated by a horizontal line, so they can never, you know, none of the top 8 can overlap any of the bottom 8. So essentially what it does, it just resets all the sprites at a given Y coordinate. And so you can do that and use totally different, completely independent sprites at the bottom, and they are channels 8 to 15. You need to do one of the little copper, like custom sprites, I think is the command, and add some copper space to your cop list. But even then, they won't flicker, because it's a copper thing. It's entirely out of your code's hands. So you do get that. You get one shot at that. But to customize that, like sometimes you might only want to do that with a couple of sprites, you have to roll your own. Or if you want to do repeating on the X coordinates, you have to roll your own code for that, your own copper code. Yeah, well, yeah. See, the copper isn't really drawing the sprites. The copper just says all you're doing is you're telling the copper to set these registers, or to reset these registers at a given Y coordinate, and saying, okay, I'm at Y coordinate, I'll stick these numbers in these boxes for you, no problem. It doesn't care what the sprites are doing, really. That's tasty stuff. It's going down way too easy. Okay, so are we happy with that? And we're happy with our sprites. Again, let's see if we can. Let's see what happens if we up the number of sprites. Let's see if we can get it to do bad things. So we only have 2 different sprites. Display sprite. Where are we going? Another thing to point out is you can dim multiple things, and the same with def type. You can do multiple things, and shared, and all those kind of commands. You can do multiple ones on the same line, just separate them in commas. Let's go for 7 altogether. So we've got 8 random sprites. Let's see if that blows up my face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we have a lot of sprites stuck? Oh, okay. We don't have random speed, so there's 4 of them sitting up in the top corner. Yeah. That would do it. Okay, there we go now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fuck. Okay, we've got 2 on the right anyway. We've got 4 green ones and 3 purple ones. We've lost 1. Okay, and that's because we have the scrolling. But yeah, so we see we've only got 2. We've only got two of them basically. So the palette must be repeating at some point because. Oh no, sorry. The even and odd sprites are using the same palette, and they're all using the same shape. So they're all using like pens. They're all using basically the same pens, except for even and odd channels. So you can. Let me think about this. What way is it done? No, I was right the first time. So channels 0 and 1 use a set of pens. Channels 2 and 3 use a set of pens. Isn't that right? Why have we only got 2 sets of colours? I was expecting 4 sets of colours. But anyways, they are using the same colours as the rear. Yeah, it's possible, but the palette's random, you see, so it shouldn't be. Yeah, so well, you know what? Let's fire up palette edit just for the fun. Where is it? Where do I have it? Work in graphics. So sprites are over here. Yeah, sprites. Sprites 0 and 1, pen 1, pen 0, pen 1, pen 2, pen 3, and then sprites 2 and 3. Yeah, so it is that. So, I don't know why we're getting repeated things like that. Honestly. Run it again to see if it does the same thing. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, and well, not quite. They're 16, 17, 18, 19. So think of the sprites as 4 colors, but the first color is transparent. I'm going to do it the German way. The first color is transparent. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 is transparent. 21, 22, 23. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So that's your 16 colours in 4 banks of 4. It is colour 0 in each shape. So even though you're using those pens, the shapes you have to bear in mind are using the shape. Each shape, even though like a shape might be using pens 16, 17, 18, 19. That the sprite, or sorry, even if the sprite is using 16, 17, 18, 19, the shape will be using 0, 1, 2, and 3, and that's translated to 16, 17, 18, 19 when it becomes a sprite. Yeah, exactly. So, and the same for 20, 21, 22, and 23. So, color 1 will change to 21. So yeah, that's how it works. And so you have to bear that in mind when you're drawing sprites. Well, you see, what you can do is you can use those colors for other things because they're still available to use on the bitmap. Well, with AGA you've got the colors to spare anyway, I suppose. But if you're in OCS, ECS, those colors are still used for the rear bitmap. You know what I'll do? Just for, let's see if we can find it. Let's go and look at Dodgy Rocks palette in graphics palette. Okay, so this is glary, but let's ignore that for now and put that down to make it slightly easier on the eyes. Okay, so got some rock colors here, some grass colors and stuff like that. And we've also got shadow colors over here because it uses a fake half bright mode for making shadows. But there's a couple of colors here that aren't actually used for anything. These are pink, except they are. They're sprite colors that are used, and it generates them on the fly, so it can flash things. You know, so the color fades up and down, so it's procedurally generated colors. But also, like, you can see that that's pen 0. So sprite 4 or 5 pen 0. It's actually a dark color version of that, and it's used for a shadow over blue flowers. You see, so that's it used now, and because I never really properly sat down and explained this to Nivrig either. But yeah, so it's kind of a fragile palette almost. But you know, the colors that can't be used for a sprite because it's going to be transparent, but it is used in the game, and it's a shadow color. So you know, it kind of takes a little bit of thinking, but you can optimize a palette, and so no pens actually go to waste. They can't be used for the sprites, but they can be used for the bit planes or for the bitmaps. Yeah, so these two hot pinks, one of them is for, there's a flashing colors for the leaderboard, and the other one is a flashing color for the sprite messages that come up. It fades from white to grey and white to grey. Yeah, and I know this is kind of what I was thinking, is we kind of skipped over it a little bit, and you know, I don't know if we went through it enough the last time, because it is a complicated subject. It is a complicated matter. But yes, on AGA you can set a different palette for odd and even sprites. Sorry, so then that's why I confused myself earlier. Which means that you can set, even if you're using 3 color sprites or 4 color sprites, you can use a different color for every single one of the 8 colors, because you set 2 banks of 16, and so channels 0, 2, 4 and 6 are on one bank, and 1, 3, 5 and 9, 1, 3, 5 and 7 are on another bank. Yes, exactly, and this did take a bit of work to get everything to fit and to have enough colors left that were available to use. But yeah, it was you know, and that this is part of why I wrote Palette Ed, because it was really awkward not having that. You know, because I was doing it in Personal Paint or Deluxe Paint, and it's like it was a hassle. It was a faff. Because what I could do then is I could load in, like, you know, the sort of the colors of sprites and stuff like that, and put them into the right bank without having to, you know, manually insert them into the palette. But there you go. Yeah, so how is that in people's minds? I don't exactly know why we're getting this. Let's run it again and just see if we're getting the exact same colors on 4 of them. We are, yeah. I have noticed WinUAE doing slightly different funky things with sprite palettes. I wonder if I'm just like hitting something not quite right. But we can see that it is sharing some of the background colors. You can see the red is the same as the, oh yeah, the red is the same as the red circle, and the sort of the green top disappears or the turquoise top disappears when it's gone past the turquoise. Right, the cyan. Yeah, so there you go. And yeah, any questions on that? But yeah, so we're missing one sprite. Yeah, I'm confused by the colors myself. What's that button there? Yeah, it's doing fully random colors. I don't know why it's repeating them, and I don't think it is, excuse me, repeating them. I think there's just something funky going on, but let's not worry about that now. So, now is what we wanted to get onto. Our block, or not our block scrolling, our tile scrolling routines. Was it this one? Oh no, that was our thing. So it has to be Is it tutorial set? No, that's not it. It must have been tutorial 8 then. No. What a 10. Oh yeah, there we go. Tile scrolling. So let's just go over this again. Let me see. What's example 2? Demonstrate sprite collision detection. Oh no, well, that is interesting as well. Let's go back to example 1. Okay. And let's see if this is one we were looking for. Yeah, this is the one we were looking for. Okay, so here we have our tile map, and it's kind of procedurally generated. Now, the difference for IR85 is that I am just using there you go. How to blitz stuff when it's an infinite scroller that wraps. Well, to be honest, an infinite scroller that wraps is basically the same thing. You know, it's if you're just redrawing tiles, you know, because it's essentially that's what you're doing. Whether the tile is a full strip of bitmap or if it's like a fraction of a bitmap, it, you know, you are kind of treating it as tiles, even if that's not how it's mapped out. But it's basically the same thing. You just have to work out the offset. Yeah, you have to work out the offset. But a simple way of doing that is just make the offset a long. so you know, so you can go to 4 billion pixels before you run out of space. That's one option, or just, you know, have it repeat. You know, have it repeating over a certain length. But usually, you know, if it's repeating without a particular aim or anything like that, then you can just like reset the counter, and can just keep on going. And then, but yeah, if you are how to blitz stuff, it's not part of the. That's, yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. So what I'll do is I'll blit a little shape onto this. I'll find a little shape, and we can put that shape in this world. How about that? So, yes, and this is kind of something that I wanted to look at as well, was the P-Paint the whole process of getting graphics into a game, and, you know, sort of dealing with the palette and stuff like that. Okay. Oh, where's my mouse pointer gone? Here we go. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Was that a glitch there? Or... So there we have our def type being set to Word. So we're, you know, so when we declare a variable without using a type, it's automatically a Word variable, like we're doing here. Now, so we're loading this bitmap, and then that's our they are our tiles, and then we make a random map effectively. And so for simplicity, okay, we'll just make a 16 by 16 person or something to drive around on that landscape. Where do I have personal paint? Ooh. Yeah, that's in RTG mode, so that's far too big for what we're doing. Yeah. Yes. Twitch is loving that. Or OBS is loving that. Okay, so I think we're doing 640 by 512. Nope. Yeah. Well, that's great, but it is also completely offset on my thing as well. Yeah, absolutely. Now you're going to see some proper programming art here. Now, why did that not resize? Okay, now we've resized. Yes, there we go. Cool. Okay, it's working. It's working. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to load. Let's not look at that. Let's look at shared articles. Now, what article were we in? 10. And it's background at IFF, wasn't it? And we're going to keep it that format. Oh yeah. Okay, so there's our tiles. So what we're going to do is we're going to do another like a little shape down here. We're just going to use the same palette. We actually have some colors here to spare. Now, I'd like to ask the audience, what do you want me to draw? And I'm going to show you how dismally I can draw. But we have more colors that we can use. Or should I find a shape that I already have? Oh. Okay. Screw you guys. Yeah. But I gave up on Deluxe Paint quite a while ago. Because it was okay. Yeah, I just because there was a lot more that I could do with personal paint that Deluxe Paint didn't do. This is going to be a beautiful stick man. I'm telling you. This is far too big, I've just realized. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, where's my line tool? Yeah. It's a beautiful thing. What size is that now? Yeah, that'll do. Stupid. Yeah. Right. Let's give him a different color. Let's make him totally separate from all that stuff. So he should have a red jumper. There we go. And can't believe I'm doing this. Skin color. Oh, skin color is bad. Yeah, something like that. And he's naked. Good evening, Amiga Gamer, and cheers. This is some drunken pixel art by by a programmer. This is definitely coder art. Yeah. Oh yeah. We have to be careful, and sure, we'll give him some shorts, I suppose, then, because it's Twitch. Nice. Oh, nice blue shorts. There we go. Right, that'll do. Quality stuff. Yeah, this'll do. So right, so what we'll do is, does it? Oh, cheers, Twitch. If I get reported, I'll know it was one of you 6 or 7 people. I'm gonna drink my soft drink from this bottle. Yeah, I should just have a brown paper bag around it, shouldn't I? Okay, so let's cut our little dude out. He is 13 pixels by 7 pixels. Oh, no, and now this is the personal paint thing. It's fermented horse piss. So you choose your background color for cutting out, and then that's the transparent color for your sprite. Okay, so he's gonna look like that on the grass. Excellent. Oh yeah, no. If you think I'm gonna animate this guy, you can. Ah dear. Okay. So let's save this guy as. It's another nice feature of personal paint is if you go to the volumes thing, any of the recent things you've been working on are saved down here. He's called my man. So yeah, I did contemplate drawing a face on him, and things are just going to get too weird then. Yeah, there we go. And I'll have to save that palette. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so that's done. Now actually I'm just thinking we could be running out of chip RAM because I got lots of stuff open here. Oh no, because personal paint is running in RTG, which is great. And that's another thing, like I know some versions of Deluxe Paint support it, but they don't really. I've always found it to be a bit crash happy when you run it on the graphics card mode. And I got a graphics card in late 1990s, early 90s, so Deluxe Paint kind of had seen the end of its use for me anyway by that point. So let's load in our shape. Now instead of now we're loading in our palette directly from that bitmap that we saved. Okay, so we're loading that into palette 1, but we don't want to do that anymore. So we're going to get rid of that and instead do load palette 1. My palette, and then we've got a couple of shapes to load. Load shape. Let me see. How many shapes have we got? 16. We'll call that shape 20 just to give it a little bit of, just a little bit of room. And I like to organize shapes like sort of, in an even number. So if I've got 7 shapes that are, let's say, walls, I'll do shapes like 0 to 6. And then if the next set of kind of shapes are my character, I'll start them at 10. So, it's just kind of like a clean number, and it's a bit easier to kind of work out in my head. But okay, so load shape 20. Of course, I would, realistically, I should be doing constants, but yeah. Okay, well, let's just do a constant. And we do it that way. So now our man is number man. Okay. And let's see, do we have any useful types or anything that we can use? Okay, what we're going to do is, where's my, okay. So we've got, so our bitmap X is, that's true, yeah. Yeah, you could possibly use a macro for that, but it is a kind of a shortcoming of Blitz that it doesn't have constant strings. So what we're going to do is, basically we've got this bitmap set up. We won't do double buffering just yet, and we see if we need it, because we might not need it if just splitting one single shape. Or do you want to do a sprite? Actually, no. Let's not do a sprite just yet. Okay, so load shape. My man shape is loaded. That's shape man. And let's see. We're going to say so everything else is fine, but we're going to say sprite should be easy. It's not relative to the bitmap. So we'll do the shape anyways, because so basically exactly. But yeah, we've got three sort of aspects here. We've got the world coordinate, which is 0 to 1600 or something like that wide the world is. We've got the screen, and we've got the bitmap. And so yeah, it's a bit more complicated. So okay, so we need a starting position. So he is at 50-50. So these will be world coordinates, right? And what we will do is we will so this is the position of our man in the world. So what we need to do is and we set up a buffer for him, because we're all it's just a habit to set up a 16 kilobyte buffer. Yeah, that's grand. So you probably could get away with a lot less, because it really, it's probably less than a kilobyte for this, but you don't want to run out of buffer space, because if you run out of buffer space and you don't have the debugger running, you're going to have big problems. But you can calculate it, like, it's just the number of, it's the space basically of, but you have to be careful. It's not just the space taken up by your shape, it's the shape plus if it happens to overlap into another multiple of 16, you have to include that multiple of 16 in the calculation. So you need to bear that in mind. You need to sort of round up to the next 16 wide, and so you have to think of the worst case scenario where it's overlapping by 1 pixel, and so essentially it's going to be a 32 pixel tile by 32 probably, and you can calculate the memory used by that, and that's the amount of buffer space you need for a single, per thing you draw. So, but we'll that's fine. Okay, so vwait, and we'll display bitmap. So what we'll do is we'll wait till there, and then we will on buffer 0, and then so now it would be that would be what we would do to get our man on the screen, but of course that is going to run out of bitmap space. So so display bitmap, and Well, let's just make sure we've got it right so far. And we don't. Oh yeah, our buffer is 0. Hey, there's our man. He is standing in a tree. Cool, it's working, and the colors look right. Okay, so so what we should do is, instead of doing it this way, we should move our oh no, this editor doesn't behave as a normal editor should. So that's what we want to do. We want to move the man by speed in the world, and we'll do the y coordinates in a minute. But first off, what we'll do is we'll move our man down because he's starting off in the trees. Yeah, 100. Okay, so and what we want to do is say if, yeah, so we don't want to move the bitmap unless the man is further over than half the screen width, 160. Okay, so if oh yeah, now I'm getting myself confused now. So here's the important bits here anyway. So bitmap x is x position mod display width. So this, we actually need to work that out beforehand. Kind of annoying that the speed thing is involved here. Yeah, but we'll have to work that out first. Which line? This bitmap x equals xpos mod display width. So what we have is x position. That's our position in the world. Now, for the moment, we're kind of, for this demo, we were just using that as the camera position. So that can be 0 to, let's say, 1600 ish. Okay. So this is our world position. So we could be 1,000 pixels across. We could be 10,000 pixels across. It doesn't really make a difference. But mod display width means that's our screen position, because this is basically our display width it's a constant, and if we go up here we can see that display width is 368. Okay, so that is kind of that's our display plus the extra columns, and so that's kind of where we are. Yeah, basically, yeah, and that's our leftovers. So that shows you how far away from, yeah, exactly, yeah. So what we're saying is if, yeah, so the remainder is giving you how far into the screen it is, not into the world. You see? So it's like, yeah, it's basically as right. The bitmap is more than twice as wide as the screen. Okay, so but what you have is you have the same display twice on the bitmap. Okay, and the reason for that is so that you can fall off the end of the bitmap and instantly jump back to where you at the start, and you've got the same screen there. So the start and the end are exactly the same, and in the middle you've got sort of a scratch area in the middle. Scratch area where you're drawing your tiles. and at each end as well. But when you get to the very end, you jump back there. But your actual display is only one of those. Doesn't matter whether it's the start one or the end one, and it's going to move along in between, and that is 368 pixels wide. So you've got basically you've got 1 pixel of scratch either side, and you've got an extra pixel, or one column of scratch either side, and an extra column that you can be drawing. So you can scroll into one or the other, and it'll be fine. You know, because they're fully there. Yeah, and that's the thing, is you have to yeah, I've had too many beers to explain it, and I've only had one. Actually, you know what, I'm going to go and get a beer now in a second. But yeah, so that's what it's doing there. And then tile Y is doing the same thing, but it's giving it's mod tile size. So this is basically saying which of the tiles to draw. So tile Y will count up to, the tile size is 16. So we know that we need to draw a complete column in 16 pixels, in tile size pixels. So what we're doing here is we are taking the world coordinate, and we're getting 16 pixels of that. And so basically that's just a repeating number counter from 0 to 15. And that tells us how far down the screen we should be drawing our next column of pixels, our next column of tiles. So we only have 11 tiles in the height, I think, or 12 tiles, so we don't even need all of them, but we're blitting one shape per frame until we don't need to blit anymore, and then we've got 3 frames to spare or something like that. But yeah, so that is it. But basically we're not going to scroll unless now, does this make sense what I'm doing here? So we're only going to scroll if you can move in that way. It's a nice little feature. No, that one. So if we're more than 160 pixels into the screen, we will start scrolling. But if we're not 160 pixels on the screen, there's no point in scrolling. And what we should do is make sure he doesn't go too far. And that will stop us from scrolling past the end. Okay, so for now, that should work. But what we have now is we're not. So now our man is working right, and it should start scrolling. Now that's only going to go so far, and then he's going to fall off the edge of the world. So oh yeah, and we haven't done the thing. Now, it's another point I'm a bit as if I do more than I. So well, you see, your tiles are going to be a fixed size. So, you know, and even if you're not dealing with tiles, if you want to, you know, divide up the screen into portions, you know, if you're doing a block scroll or something like that, if you want to just copy a chunk of the map, you can divide the height of the screen into 16 and just do it that way, or into whatever number you want. But your screen is a set number of tiles high, so you will know from a very kind of from a very simple view, from a design of if the scroll speed is variable. Okay, so if the scroll speed is variable, this is why I'm doing a loop. So I'm sort of brute forcing it almost. I'm scrolling by 1 pixel per go, essentially. So all I'm doing is, you know, if the speed is 1, then fine. But if it's any more than 1, what we're doing is we're just doing the whole process 5 times if we're scrolling 5 pixels. Now we're not, you know, so that's basically it. So you know it's simple. So we go through the whole process 5 times, and that means you get your 5. If you get your 5 tiles drawn in that time, because you know if you're scrolling that fast, then it is only going to be 3 frames before you have run out of tiles to scroll into. You see, so you do need to draw that many tiles per frame if you're going fast like that. So you need to draw the 5 tiles. That's all. It's a simple way of doing it. Just do them all. Okay, so and we just repeat the same thing here. And then if max less than, and the width of the whole world is 1600 pixels, I think, isn't it? Total width 1600, yeah. So total width minus 160, that's halfway across the screen from the other end. I suppose we should do a check here first off. Yeah, so you can do that, but all I'm doing is just like, you know, sort of, you know, it's a rigid number of tiles. So it's not you know, it's not that big a deal maths wise. It's kind of, if you can afford to scroll 16 pixels, if you can afford to scroll, let's say 32 pixels, you only need to draw 1/32 of the screen into that column each time. That's it. But yeah, you don't. Yeah, you just repeat the kind of calculation. There are probably more efficient ways of doing it. Well, there definitely are more efficient ways of doing it, but I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, exactly. And so what we might do is in this one, when we get to that point, we can show you the blitting load by changing the colors of the background. And this would be a good exercise, because we can probably set it to do all the blitting in one go and see the difference it makes. Okay, so let me see. How wide is the bitmap? The bitmap is where is my bitmap? There it is. It is 320 times 2. So there's only the one. I'm not double buffering in this, but if you're double buffering, you just need to do everything twice. You know, that's it. So what you can do is you can, you know, based on your position, each frame do 2 blocks instead, and then in the next thing you do 2 blocks, because you've only got 15 frame or 25 frames instead of 50 frames to do things in, for example, or 8 pixels instead of 16 pixels to do it. The example is 704 pixels wide, so yeah, probably pretty close as well. Yeah, so 320 by 2 is 640 plus 5 times the tile size. So you could put in a number there, but I've just done it the calculation wise there, or the calculations out there to make it easier to read. So that's 640. So 640 plus 80, 720 tiles. So you can 704 pixels. You can do it in 704. So basically that's only 4 columns. So that's only 2 columns on either side. That's a little bit tricky. There are some special cases there. You have to be very careful when you change direction and stuff like that. So it's a little bit more involved. So it's easier if you've got an extra column of leeway, and that's what I've done there. So that's it. Now, so what I'm doing down here is so we're blitting our guy. What first thing we need to do is greater than, so we can't move past. Let's say just for safety. Yeah, we'll just keep it like that. And then we'll just take this block. And it's that one, isn't it? Yeah. And if okay. So this is kind of the same thing. Again, so we can still move when we get to the very, very end of the world. So our world coordinates are set up fine for the man. Now the only thing is like where he is on the display. So what we need to do is well, let's see. Let me see. So what are we doing here? Oh, let me get my head around this. Okay, so we've got our man in the right position, but we don't draw the man 5 times because there's no point in that. We only draw him at the end, once each frame. Just realised that he could get a raise. No, he's never going to be in the borders where he's going to get a raise, so that's fine. Well, yeah, that's not a problem either. You just have to bear that in mind, and do the calculations. The calculations for speed or for position are relatively small compared to the blitting time, so it's not a huge deal unless you're doing multiplies and stuff. So try to avoid doing multiplies, and you should be all right. But oh yes, I was going to get another beer. I'll be back in a second, guys. Yeah, like you want to avoid doing multiplies, but if you have the CPU power to spare, you're not going to use it for anything else, then fine. There's not a big deal there. The problem is if you've got lots of them, and sometimes you do, sometimes it's not, it's difficult to avoid. So if you find that your game isn't running as quick as you want it to, it's an easy kind of it's an easy win to be able to sort of do some shifts or do some lookup tables instead and kind of avoid that whole thing. And this beer is called Avalanche from Fine Ales Farm Brewery. It's a thirst quenching pale ale. Oh, yeah, that's a different kind of beer. Yeah, that's a pale ale. Yeah, you don't need to see that. We really don't need to. Well, look, we're going to see the fruits of my labour now. Look, well, sure, look, we'll show them. So we saw this the other day. there's my drawing. It's a little dude. And he can scroll around like that. And he goes as far as there and he stops. So now we've got our scrolling in both directions working. We don't have up and down working yet. I know the name. I don't think it's near me, but I do know. Yeah, I know. I have seen those beers. Okay, so for now, that works until our bitmap wraps around, and then we're going to have trouble. It's a nice. Yeah, he is. He's exactly the same size as the trees, coincidentally. 16 pixels. Yeah, Bitter and Twisted sounds familiar, all right. Yeah, you get all them in the pubs around here as well, which is cool. Okay, so now the problem is we just need to find out where to actually blit our man when the bitmap wraps around. So if we look, our bitmap X position is the X position mod display width, and it's basically going to be the same thing as that. So let's just copy that. Oh yeah, delete. Man. Let's say manbx.w. So it'll be something like that. Okay. So where did we do our blit? So we don't want to do that. So we don't have a Y scroll, so we don't need to worry about that. But what we should do is just say so we just have that set up there. It's the same one. Well, no, I'm not wrapping. Well, that's kind of what I mean. Sorry. The world is finite, so it goes from 0 to about 1600 pixels. But the bitmap only goes to 700 or something pixels, and so it has to wrap around to back to 0. Yeah. So it is wrapping around because we've got the same display on both ends of the bitmap, so we can just move. So as we're scrolling across the bitmap, we get to here and we jump back, and we've got exactly the same picture there. But we have to make sure our man is in the right place when that happens, because he'll just disappear then otherwise, and he'll be off the screen. Okay, so let us see what we can do. Oh, now first off, we want to be careful and calculate it at the right place. So we don't want to calculate it there. In fact, we probably want to calculate it here. Well, we calculate it at the end, because we only need to calculate it once. Should still have our man running, but I think he's going to disappear when he gets to a certain X position. Here he goes, here he goes, here he goes, and he disappears. Yeah. So what's happening there is that's where our wrap point is. Well, it's the same thing. You do the same calculation on the world position, and that's basically it. It just happens that I've synchronized the scrolling with the man, but I don't have to do that. And the scrolling is independent there, so he can be anywhere on the world, and he'll be blitted in the right place. But basically, if you've got something that's off the screen, you have to know that it's there, and you just decide whether you're going to draw it or not, because it's beyond the view. So if its world coordinate is greater than the current the camera coordinate, let's say, plus 320, then you don't draw it. you don't need to, because it's beyond the end of what you can see. He should come back. Yeah, there you go. So see that, you can see he's turning on and off there. That's because that's where the bitmap wraps around. So all we have to do is draw him twice. We've got 2 worlds in the bitmap, so we just need to draw him twice. Exactly, yeah. So, and this is our world to display coordinate, and so yeah. So all we need to do then is now. So what we need to do is draw him a second time over at the other place. World to screen, yeah. So yeah, I was just thinking about the y coordinate there. I just want to do the y coordinate. And then what would we say, 20? Do. Yeah. Oh. What happened? Oh, we're looking at the mouse. Why did it go too far though? Couldn't you use a variable that starts at 0 and increments as you scroll and never resets? And that would give you... Well, that's what I have. That's the man X coordinate. Like, look, basically, I'm not resetting my man coordinate at all. This is my man X coordinate. That's where I am in the world. That's where I am in the level, on the map, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, there we go. Why does he go too high? Oh. No. That's not it. Oh, for the love of Jesus. If your joystick is 200. Talk amongst yourselves, guys. Okay, way. There we go. Okay, we're not a full number of tiles high, so yeah, we're actually only about 186 pixels or something like that. 184 pixels. So there you go. Or 192 pixels maybe. That looks like 8 pixels. Okay, so yeah, so he's disappearing when the map wraps around, or when the bitmap wraps around. But see the way it's completely seamless when he disappears? That there is our join. That is the end of the bitmap. That's the start of the bitmap. But our man is still at the end of the bitmap. So we just need to... Actually, I'm trying to think. We've got our scratch area in between, but maybe our bitmap width will be fine for that. You know, instead of yeah, calculating based on the screen, which is what we're doing for the tiles, because we want to know where we can draw. We don't need to work with that. Sorry. Let me see. So if we do something like that, can I calculate it? No, can't. But we'll leave the bitmap width. W is equal to that. So if we just if we just go to the end and because we don't need to actually worry about drawing him in the scroll, he's never going to be off the screen. Maybe it'll work like this for this. But yeah, for an object, you'd need to do it twice. So maybe, yeah, I'll just probably do it the other way anyway. Let's see. Nope. No, that's not going to work. Okay. Yeah, because he can't go right to the edge. Okay, it was a nice idea. Yeah, so we just need to draw him twice in our view. Let me see. So in this one, let me see. It's actually the display X that we're talking about there. Oh, you legend. Super Dan. Good man. Let me see. Wouldn't the same calculation used at the start of the scrolling routine work to convert his world position to screen position? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. But I'm doing it at the end because the world position might change. Based on hitting limits and stuff like that. So so he will scroll even though the world doesn't. But that is awesome. That's yeah. Thank you very much, Super Dan. That is greatly appreciated. And cheers, everyone. And happy Avalanche. Happy Friday. Yeah, that is awesome. Yeah. No, that is greatly appreciated. Nice. Hey, welcome along, Night Shift. How are you? I've been put on the spot here, and I'm trying to figure some stuff out. Andy from Blitz Facebook joins the jam. Yeah, absolutely. He probably has his own enough of his own projects going on, but yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Okay, so let me see. I've lost my train of thought there now. Super Dan's distracting me with trinkets. Well, happy Friday, Night Shift. Happy Friday and welcome along. But yeah, no, I'm calculating this down here. Basically because it should be the last thing you do, because just in case the world coordinates change for any reason during the calculations, we want this to be sort of last in our set of calculations. So the simple thing to do is just kind of figure out whether we're in the first or the second half of the bitmap. We could just do it that way, I suppose. Absolutely is crazy, isn't it? So so where's our blit? So what we're going to do is what's our halfway point? If we're more than halfway across our display, then we just blit it again at the start. I think it is all right. Yeah. Oh, I'm thinking this. I'm putting too much thought into this. It is inefficient to draw to both sides, but we'll do that for now, and then we can just quit one of them or the other one. Yeah. Yeah. So the world position is going to keep on going up, whereas for the first bitmap, until you wrap around the bitmap, the coordinates are going to be the same. But the bitmap wraps around, so for the second time, it's minus the width of the whole bitmap. Yeah, it's a horizontal scrolling tile scrolling demo that I had, and it's the one I showed the last time. I'm not sure if you saw it, Night Shift, but this is it. But then yeah, you know, peer pressure, they're making me put in a thing with collision detection and all that good stuff. So is display width going to do it? Oh yeah. No, we don't actually want to do that. That's dangerous. We'll run it for now and just see what happens. Okay, so this is our little scroller. So the original intention of this demo was just to show you kind of like this is a map that's wider than the screen. It's still disappearing. Yeah. But you know, so we're scrolling along and it's oh, I actually haven't set up a YouTube command. The Blitz implemented 2x8 multiplexing. No, this isn't a sprite. This is blitting, but the map is bigger than the screen. It's basically this is just a demonstration that you can have any size map and just blit it on the fly. So as it's scrolling, it's drawing more tiles over to the right, and it's also drawing tiles to the left. And what it's doing is it's wrapping the bitmap around. Now our little dude, my man, is disappearing there because he's falling off the end of the world. Yeah, so we're going to do the same thing the other way around. Less than. Yes, exactly, and that's the point. So you can make. Oh, sorry. For now, we'll just let let the links fly because that's just silly. Links. Okay, fire away. That the links protection is disabled. You just paste it in again there. Grand. Okay, let me see. Where was I? So if we're not quite there, now let's see. This is where I just get fudgy now, and I have to try and figure out if I can. Oh, Blitz doing the wonderful thing. Ooh. So what was that? Oh no, yeah, of course. Oh no, that should be okay. Plus display width. Why did that not work? Why did that not work? What am I missing here? That should never get near the end of the bitmap. Oh, is it gone too far off this side? Bet you that's what's happened. Yeah, it's actually minus 16 or something like that. We've got enough tiles to spare on either side, so I think we can actually give it an extra column of tiles to work with. Let's see if that works. No, it didn't work. What's man bitmap? Oi. Spell your variables right. Man beam. Come on. 350. Man beam x less than display width. Plus 16. No, I was right the first time. Less than display width. Minus 16. Maybe it's 32 I want. Two columns worth. There we go. Whoop. Okay, so what did I miss there? Am I correct to say it's the bitmap is smaller than the map? Oh, scroll up. Yeah, it could easily be an end of scroller. All you have to do is generate the map on the fly. That's all. You know, so there is a limit really to it, but it's a kind of like, you know, like world coordinates, and what you can do is you can just, if you don't care about how far things are, it doesn't matter. You know, you can just kind of ignore it, you know, and reset the counter. Doesn't matter. But because it's a finite world, you want to know where you are in the entire world, and that's kind of what it's all based on. Mm-hmm. Well, to be fair, it wasn't effortless. You know, I was beginning to sweat here thinking I can't get it working. There you go. You know, it works. What do you mean? Like, where do you think the identical copy would be? Because I'm buffer blitting there, so the blitted copy is going to disappear. You know, so the extra copies are erased every frame. So I'm using a buffer blitz, so they just disappear, and they never show up anywhere other than where you want them. So they're erased every frame and replaced with the original graphics. That's what you're looking for? Is that what you're asking? Just the tiles, not the man. Okay, so when I go backwards, I have a complete change of tack. So I'm always drawing like one column ahead of the screen, regardless of which way it's drawing, and I'm drawing that same column behind. So yes, if you do change direction, you would expect to see the column I've just drawn to the right, also to the left, but I've got one column extra of space behind that I've left there, and that makes it a lot easier, so you don't have to redraw that entire column when you change direction. But otherwise you would have to draw that entire column, and that's what, you know, the example you used, I think you used 704 pixels. Oh no, I think it was Superdan was talking about that. 704 pixels instead of 720. That extra 16 pixels gives me that extra buffer room to be able to just scroll the other direction and not worry about it. So I've got one column of leeway, so when I change direction, I've got 16 pixels worth of scrolling to do, at least, possibly more. You know, if I'm 1.5 columns into that thing, so I have at least 16 pixels of space there, so I can draw a full entire column before I run out of space. Does that make sense? Okay, excellent. And now there we go. But say you walk right a bit, then immediately turn around and walk back a bit to the start of the bitmap. It wraps to where the end and where nothing has been drawn. So, but you've still got the same. I'm drawing everything twice on the bitmap. So I'm doing the same thing at the other end of the screen. So as I'm scrolling across, the start and the end of the bitmap are basically identical, bar one unit of scroll. You see? So if I start to go back the other direction, the bitmap is still there, you know? And because I'm that close, I just... Yeah. That's like... yeah, you just need one. You need one complete column either side, plus your scratch. So that's all I have. But I have that on two sort of separate displays, if you like. So now this is a very simplified kind of pixel. You know, the scrolling is linked directly to where the man is. You could have the scrolling that it's only, you know, I think. And one of the things that makes a nice platformer is scrolling that only happens when you're sort of in a scrolling zone, and it's not 100% fixed. So you know, like Mario, for example, you don't scroll up and down every time you jump. You only scroll up, and it's the same as Sonic. And it's a thing that annoys me with platformers if the camera's fixed to the man all the time. But well. I'm not really. I'm drawing two columns, one before and one after. But I've got an extra column space behind where I'm going that I don't need to worry about. But that's because of the width of the screen. So the width of the bitmap is like if like, okay, let's say I'm scrolling backwards. If there isn't enough of the bitmap there to draw on, I'm not drawing. I'm going to the end of the bitmap and drawing there, so that when I go back, the end of the bitmap is drawn as well. But yeah. So you could make it that it scrolls when you're not in the middle of the bitmap, you know, so there's a bit of movement before it actually starts scrolling, and I think that's a much nicer way of doing things. It's like it is here. Yes, so I do at the very start of the setup, I pre-populate the other side of the bitmap with an exact copy. I'll show you that now, and I think I use block scroll for that. There you go. Yes, so you don't start off with a blank space. It has to be there. It does have to be there. There we go. Ka-ching. That's what you're asking. Sorry. Okay, so let's see what we're doing here. Let's see. Look here. This is where we draw it. Okay. So yeah, so there's our bitmap drawn. And now Focus not to 20. Actually, you know what? We don't need that. We don't need to do that. You would do that if you could move left and wrap around. Sorry, yes. If you were making sort of an infinite scroller and you could go either direction, yes, you do want to do that. You want to repopulate the right hand side, but I'm starting from a position where there's not possible to move to the left. So yeah, so we don't actually need it. So the right hand side is blank, but we're never going to go there until it's drawn, because we're scrolling. We have to scroll more than the entire bitmap to the right before we wrap around. So by the time we get there, we have drawn the whole thing. But yes, sorry, if you could move anywhere and it was infinite scroller, yes, you would have both sides populated identically. And I did that. What I thought I did, you know the wizard thing where it was scrolling both ways. That uses this technique without doing the tiles. It's just a bitmap that's twice the picture, and it just like copies one side of the bitmap to the other, and then wraps. Even if you in the first move you move straight to the left. So that wizard, you can start that wizard demo and walk straight left, and it will just scroll, because it has copied the bitmap entirely to the other side. Sorry, that is, yeah, for an infinite scroller like that, that is how you do it. But this one, not so much. Yeah, so this is slightly inefficient because on the last one, I load it up again. We can have a look at it. I did I did it kind of a bit arse about face, which is a prime Irish saying. So what I did was I kind of skipped the setting up of sprites and scrolling stuff. That I kind of, yeah, I felt like there was something I missed, and I in the last stream I kind of like, oh, there's this next demo, and I was like, this seems like a bit of a leap, but I went through it anyway, and so I missed the animation, using multiple frames for animation. I missed the sprites and all the basic sprite stuff, and I just jumped to this massive sprite on an infinite scroller and went and explained it, and everyone was very polite and said, yeah, that's fine. But no, I'll load it up again. Are we happy with this one anyway? Has everyone kind of clicked with it, or do you want me to go through some more on it? Or will I load up the wizard and fire him up? Yeah. What we can do is I'll load up the wizard anyway, because let me see, what was that one? Was it 9? Yeah, wizard 1, example 4. I did save it. Sorry, I'm all about the keyboard shortcuts, so I'm compiling and saving stuff without using the menus. But yeah. Good night, Nivrig. Thanks very much for calling in, and thanks very much for saving all those 68k cycles. I swear Dodgy Rocks uses the shifts. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so this is, and the colors are wrong. So yeah. Good night. So basically this is it. Now there are a few different variations on this code, and I can't remember which one was the right one that had the right colors. Oh no, it was something when you run it in Amiga Blitz, it has the correct colors for the clouds. So I think it's a Blitz Basic 2 bug. But anyway, this is our wizard, and this is dual playfield sprites. So the wizard there is a sprite, and he can move straight to the left there. You can see, even though that was the very start of the bitmap. So that's scrolled around. So what I've done there is I've copied both sides of the bitmap. I've drawn the bitmap and copied it to the second part. So you've got two identical copies, and he just walks off the end of one into the other seamlessly. But yeah, that's it. This is AGA now. So what we're doing is we've got a 16 color, 64 pixel wide bitmap for the sprite, and we've got a load of frames. I think 8 frames in each direction, and basically we're calculating speed, and it should be subpixel, but I don't think subpixel works on WinUAE all that well. And it also shows the sprite priority. So you've got like the cloud moves behind the tree, but the wizard moves in front of it. So that's kind of what we were covering, and that's how it got very complicated. So we went from having no sprites at all to having sprite priorities and poking the display con registers and or the bitplane control registers and all sorts. So it was a heavy one. Oh, and it also has a copper background and everything in it, like. These graphics came from opengameart.org. Now I can't remember exactly who it was. I did credit them in the magazine, so this was a tutorial for a magazine. So, you know, I definitely credited them. I definitely did not draw them. But opengameart.org is an excellent site for this kind of stuff. Yeah, it's ready, isn't it? It's ready. Ready to go. I mean, it's perfect. Except for the brown color of the clouds. Actually, you know, maybe that's the same bug that was there with the earlier with the multiple sprites having funny colors. Yeah, I guess it's just possibly a Blitz bug or something to do with how it sets up its registers. But anyways, yeah, that's it. So you can see that, like, it's almost like a parallax, because the cloud is another layer of parallax as such, because you change the speed of it based on your position on the screen, but it also moves itself. There's a nice little effect. On real hardware, this is silky smooth because it does subpixel scrolling on the sprites and on the bitplanes, and it really looks kind of like it really is really smooth. But yeah, we don't get that effect here. Yeah, I would love to take credit for those graphics, but how and ever. But yeah, they were kind of, it's 2 different sets of graphics, or 3 different. You know, I just kind of picked stuff at random that roughly looked all right, and that was it. So yeah, the dirt cloud. Yeah, well, it's a toxic factory in the next town. But yeah, if you run it in Blitz 2, it runs with the right colors, I'm nearly sure. Or sorry, in Amiga Blitz 3. Now let's oh, there's my drawing. Yay. Let's incur the wrath of the crash gods. So that was tutorial 9, wasn't it? And what I want to do is, yeah, I make sure the debugger is off. Now look, the cloud is the right colors. It's the same code, same assets. So there you go. I don't really know what's going on there, because sprites are a pretty fundamental thing to get wrong. But there you go. Anyways, that is it in all its glory. So yeah, so I went through the code a bit more on the last stream, so if you want to watch. But I'm going to take a bio break. I'm going to get some snacks, and I'm going to be back in a second. You know what? That's a very good question. Let's find out. That is a very good question. Yeah, absolutely. That's my entry to the game jam. So, normally when you're compiling stuff, you turn off the debugger because the debugger doesn't. Yeah, absolutely. That'll happen sooner or later. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. But if you turn off the debugger to because it adds extra code to your code, but it adds all the debug hooks and stuff like that, but it doesn't do anything because it's not actually connected to the debugger, so it's just like basically a bigger executable, slightly slower for nothing. So you turn it off when you're making an executable, and because it has these debug hooks in it, it'll actually, if you compile it with the debugger on, it'll actually crash on OS4, whereas OS3 just ignores it because it's just, I don't know, it's writing to addresses that it shouldn't be, but OS4 doesn't like that, so you get a Grim Reaper. So that's all. Let's create an executable in that same folder. And where's that? Loads of things. Articles. Here's tutorial 9. Oh, it looks like I've already compiled it. Example AGA. Where's Wizard? Wizard Exe. What the hell is that? Can't get chip RAM. Oh. You know what this is? If you're making an executable, you need WB startup at the top. That is Workbench startup code, and it just adds a chunk to the executable. If you don't have that, you can run it from the command line, but you cannot run it from Workbench or it'll crash. Instant crash, like you saw there. Yes. And there we go. No, wrong colors again. It's weird. Anyway, I will leave you with the Dirt Cloud version, and I will go and get some snacks and my bio break. Back in a sec. Haha. He hasn't run out of bitmaps yet. So, any questions? What's the chat? What's going on while I'm snacking? Oh, I think I wanted to do like tile-based collision detection now. If that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of a decent one. That's simple enough. Cool, thank you. Yeah, so well, tile-based collision detection is basically just about knowing the tile you're in and whether you can move into the next tile or not when you need to move into the next tile. There's not a whole lot to it. But when you've got a scrolling map like we did there, it's probably a little bit tricky to get your head around. Sure, we can give it a go. I'm up for the torture. I've got beer. Anyone got any good, nice plans for the weekend other than sitting in and coding? Mm-hmm. Yep, that's it exactly. Yeah, as simple as that. That's your maps, and I already do that for the scrolling to get where the tile position is. We go back to that code and have a look. Tutorial 10, wasn't it? No, sprite collision detection. We might look at that afterwards as well. No. Ha! Come on. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, absolutely. Manx, yeah, also refers to the Isle of Man. Oh, nice. That sounds good. I'm on excellent work. That is a Trojan effort. Good stuff. Well, sláinte. Yeah, I'm on I was going to say babysitting duties. My wife doesn't like it when I call it babysitting because he's your son too. But yeah, so my wife is away working in Italy for the weekend, which is nice for some. So kind of, I've got a 5-year-old's birthday party to go to tomorrow. And various other things. Yep, daddy duty. So let's just see if this is still working. Hopefully it is. Yay. Yeah, yeah. I hear you. I hear you. Well, I'll shoehorn some tile collision into this code now. And yeah, I'm sure you can catch up on it tomorrow. On the plus side of having daddy duty, it means I can have a few drinks and then, you know, kind of don't have the old you know, get up in the morning and sort that out, because the young lad will be up at about like 9 o'clock or something. No, or no, about 7 o'clock. But I can just say, yep, here, go play with your toys. Yes, it is. It's the same site. Different artist, but yeah, they have, you know, you can search by you can browse opengameart.org and you can look at for 2D art, and you know, just search for top-down tiles or something like that, and you get like, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different tile sets. And even if you don't use them for the jam, let's say, well, some of them you could use for the jam, and technically because they're public domain, they're creative CC not. Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, in third-party assets, and if they're CC not, you should even be allowed to use them for commercial things, you know. So that's not a big deal. But even if you don't use them for a game, you know, they make excellent placeholders, and you can then replace them with your own artwork, or, you know, you can someone else. So, you know, you can ask someone and say, look, this is what I'm doing, but I need something. You know, I need you to kind of redraw these, you know, or, you know, to draw a sort of like my version of these, or, you know, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I think a lot of the stuff on Open Game Art, some of them you don't get commercial rights, but most of them you do. But yeah, it's kind of, well, when I say commercial rights, you don't have you know, they're public domain, so you can do whatever you want with them. Some of them you're allowed to use them commercially so long as you give credit, and some of them you're not allowed to use commercially. But they all have a license with them, and it's a nice site actually if you give it a look. What was it? Yeah. Well, it's kind of, think of it like SourceForge or GitHub for artists, you know, like they some of them are the same license. That's 320 by 200, I think, that screen, and it is I think it's 192 pixels actually, because it's 11 tiles. It's 11 by 16, 192. Sounds about right. Oh no, it's 12 by 12 tiles high. So it's 192 pixels. I did it as a 200 pixel thing. You know, so it'll suit NTSC machines as well. But if you make it 256, you're going to have 16 tiles high, and that will still work because the tiles are 16 pixels wide. So it just means you have to split one every frame. Well, you know, yes, like, you know, it all depends. Like, you know, I've written software and I just sort of put it out there, and, you know, if 10 people download it, then great. If, you know, 100 people download it, then great. But, you know, it doesn't bother me if no one downloads it. It's just like, I wrote it for myself. You know, fine. I think people are like that with artwork. They, you know, they make it as a placeholder or a prototype for a game, and saying kind of, you know, I never released that game, but here's the assets in case someone else wants to do something. There are a few readmes that read along those lines as well. Yeah, and that's the thing. Some of the assets do have licenses that say you can't use this commercially, and so so you could be sued if you sold it for profit. But most of them are just public domain, or some variation of Creative Commons. But yeah, you can have a browse of it, and it's an impressive site because they have sound effects as well, and 2D art and 3D art, music, and things like that. Textures, concept art, it's very cool. Exactly, and lots of things. Most things are CC0. Like, I'm just going to click here. Click on the first one I see. It's CC3, which is basically means you have to give them credit, and you can. But basically, you need to give them credit for it, but you can sell it commercially. That's it. Just the first one that I clicked on, and it's a whole load of tiles for sort of a desert kind of almost top down like Zelda kind of look-alike thing. It's like hundreds of tiles. Cool. But anyways, there you go, and all sorts of categories as well. But yeah, there you go. Let me see now. Where was I? What was I doing? Yes. Yeah, that's it. It's the same with me. I'm kind of a bit wary of releasing source code, and yeah, I'm kind of a bit meh about releasing open source hardware, because I've done that before and it did get sold for profit despite me saying contact me first. So I'm not that fond of it, so I don't do it. But the software, I released the final software, and that's allowed to be shared and distributed, so long as it's not modified. And that's it's you pick a license based on what you what you're comfortable with. Well, there's like you can just copy and paste a license that you like and stick it in a README and stick it on your website. Like, I've done that. I've written a basic Windows file copying tool, and I just threw it on my website. It's got like a few dozen downloads. I've never heard anything from anyone who's used it. There you go. But I use it the whole time, and that's all that matters at the end of the day, is that it works for me. Right. So yeah, the gist of the collision detection is checking what tile you're in. So yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. And you have to sort of be happy with that if you're going to release something. Unless you're going to back it up with lawyers and stuff and such stuff. But that's the thing, is like, if it did become a huge thing, then it might be worth your while doing something about it. But like, people are just going to copy it and stuff. It's only like I say, if it becomes a commercial thing, as in it gets rolled into like a virus checker or something like that, and they one of these packages that people pay for and millions of people buy, then you got a case. Yeah. Okay. Now, so we've created our map. So what we want is also man tile X. So now we've got man tile X and man tile Y. Okay, so this will tell us what tile we're in currently. When some games, you're only ever in one tile at a time, so you kind of like, when you move left, let's say, your character will walk left until it's in the middle of the next tile, or until it's engaged in the next tile. So there are no sort of in-between positions you can be. This doesn't really work that way, but we'll go with it anyway and see what happens. It's a little bit more complicated to do it this way, but let us see. So we go down to the bottom. So there's our man bitmap X, but we know where man X is anyway. So we're going to do this last, so that bar that, because we want to, our collision might result in a movement of the man, so we don't want to do that. Okay, so first things first is we calculate which coordinate we're in. And we're just going to do a divide. So we're just going to shift right by 4. And we're going to do the same for the Y. So that's literally dividing it by 16, but losing the decimal part of it. So we're just going to lose 4 bits off the end. And that will give us coordinates basically outside the sort of the top left of the tile, I suppose. And that might be all we need. I'm trying to think of how now to do the collision detection. Let me see. Oh yeah, I'm going to check the shape number, but I'm more thinking of, like, if we don't want him to move into the tile, then if we don't want to move into the tile, then we will do something else. But basically, so that will give us our tile. Well, first off, let's just do a sort of a flash the screen if you're in the trees. So there's your collision detection without actually doing anything with it yet. Okay, so now there are two different tree tiles. So sometimes you can have a separate maps, like layers of maps. So one layer is your tiles, the other layer is kind of where you can walk and where you can't walk. You see, this doesn't have it, but what we're going to do is our map is okay, so we've got that duplicate line is basically what I'm doing is I'm deleting the line. So I'm doing right Amiga D to delete it, and then right Amiga U to undelete it. Yeah, you can do it with bitmaps as well. Or you're saying non-colliding maps. Exactly, yeah. So you can have different layers, like to have different properties of a tile. You can also have do a new type for your tile and have the shape number and can I walk in it or not as another property, and different things like that. Let me see where we go. Save map and map. Greater than or equal to 4. So basically, the tiles I have, half the tiles, the first 4 tiles are walkable, and the second half are not walkable, and that's the thing. And this will and then we're going to do what's the screen address? I'm going to cheat and have a look at my Dodgy Rocks code. Where are we going? 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 Let me give me one. Just, I can't remember the address off the top of my head. DFF. No. It should jump out at me as soon as I see one. DFF1B0. Oh no, that's not it. That's the message color. Ooh. Where are the DFF what? DFF what? There it is. Poke.w DFF180 and then our color. Let's see. So we're going to poke a word. So it's important with pokes to tell it the right kind of size that you're poking, because if you don't, you could end up overwriting other registers that you don't want to be messing with. So understand what size register you're writing to, you know, or what, like, you know, how many bytes you're writing. Because if you poke by default, it'll do the same as your def type, and that might not be what you want. Like if you poke along, it writes to 4 addresses, one after another after another. So and then click that and we'll say black. So when we're not colliding, it will set the color to black. Okay, so it's as simple as that. Well, let's see if it works first. So we're walking around and yeah, not working. So I see the green at the top, but of course. So both, it doesn't matter. Okay, now WinUAE is kind of messing up because it's automatically sizing the window, so don't worry about that. It's not actually flickering in real life. You see the green stripe at the top? That's your background color. That's all you can see of it. But you can see it's green when you run into a tree, and when you come off it, nothing. So that's it, and that should work all the way across. So yeah, there you go. See, it's triggering on that one. Yeah, you'll have to ignore the flickering. That's kind of annoying, but now you can see it's not exact in the X direction, in the Y. See, basically it's kind of only triggering if the handle of the character is in the square. You see? Hey, Chroma Key, thank you for the follow. Thanks very much. Welcome along and cheers. Okay, so that's a start anyway. You can see we're getting a collision and we're not getting a collision. So that's actually not a very pretty way of doing it. But you get the idea anyway, setting the background color. When you do it, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch off the resizing thing. Oh, now I fucked that up, haven't I? There we go. Now, I'm just going to switch off the auto resize. Let me see. And now it's just shoved it up in the window. What are you doing? And you can't even see the background, so that makes no sense. Ew. Yeah, sorry about this. Don't really know how I can get around that. It's just going to be annoying without ruining the scaling, because we've got the scaling running reasonably well here, so it doesn't look rubbish when it's kind of doing subpixel stuff and easy to read the text. Anyways, okay, you get the idea. So when we hit a tree, but it is the top left. Okay, so yeah, that's the idea. So yeah, so basically, this is based on the handle of our man, so the very top left corner. So you need to allow for that. I'm just thinking, simplest way of doing that is probably to allow a sort of a sub, you know, like a quarter, like a fractional part, like, you know, how far you are in the. So that's our map position. Oh, I did. You know what? I called that man tile X, man tile Y, but we're going to do it. So there is our map position, and we're also going to do a tile position. That should still work, shouldn't it? Yeah. Tile X and tile Y, okay. Map X and map Y. So, yeah, okay. So our map X. So this is the actual sort of tile we're in, and then and this is sort of how far across that tile we are. Let me think. And that should be it. And then we do the same for Y. Okay, so this is basically going to give us the number of pixels across the tile, because this is just going to count from 0 to 16 as we move into the thing. Yeah, you could do that as well, but it'll still only give you a point, and you kind of want to see, you know, if yeah, you know, it'll still only be on what triggering at that particular point, whether it's halfway across or not. But we want to kind of, you know, see how far we are in the tile. So yeah, let me think. Just what do we want to do with that? See, by rights we should do the collision detection directly after, or, you know, here when we're moving, because this is the, you know, if we're hitting off something, we shouldn't really be letting it move any further. So yeah, so we'll move our collision detection to there for X anyway. So let me see, how should we do that? So we'll move that line. Oops. Whoa. Keep on thinking the code's longer than it is. Okay, so now we've got, these are calculated with our new thing. And so what we can do, if we find we have a collision, we can just minus the speed. And that should work. Now, we'll do a simplified version first. Well, let's do it that way first. Let me see. It's nice, isn't it? yeah, it's a favorite. If map. So something as simple as that will work, and then we can do the same for the Y. And yeah. So yeah, so we should do this in a sort of an if JY loop, because we don't want to we'll ignore that code for now, because we don't want to do this check if we're not moving in the Y direction. Okay, let me think what we're doing here. Okay, let's just get rid of that for now. If JY, and we'll have to end if that as well. Okay, so let's just for neatness go. Can go in the way. I do miss the undo, because especially on a slow CPU, and I think it's probably what you found, if you're deleting a load of lines or something like that, it can get a bit laggy on an 030 or something like that, and you know, you release a key and it ends up deleting two or three more lines, and you're like, yeah. Yeah, yes, it could do with an undelete or an undo. Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, there's actually AmiBlitz has an undo library as such, or you know, it has an undo include, which is sort of a general purpose buffer that you can use to yeah, just to record events essentially. Let's just see if this works. Okay, we can go left, we can't go right, we can go down and up. And we stop at the tree. And we go down. Now it is stopping with basically the top left. Okay, so we can go here as far as the tree. Now left and right, up as far as the tree and down. Kind of working. But yeah, it gets a bit hung on the edge there. So, but yeah, oh yeah, I think. Yeah, I think we're not actually moving there because it's. Oh no, I don't know why we're not moving there. Let's see. Okay, if we go right, we can go up and down. If we go left, we can't. That's odd. Yeah, it's a heavy duty thing. It does. You can, I think in the more recent ones as well, you can disable some of the stuff like word completion or command completion and stuff. There are a few things like that, code completion stuff and suggestions and things like that, and the kind of like the live, you know, the sort of the live updates and stuff that it does. You can disable a lot of that, and that'll help it on a slower CPU. Like it should help a lot actually. Let me see. I think, you know, for simplicity, we're just going to say it's equal to tile 4, which I think is the tree. Is it? Let's see, when we're drawing, we're just saying it's equal to 4 for the things. Yeah, so we're just going to do our collisions just based on tile 4. So it's only trees that block you, not trees and various other things, because I think I'm just confusing everything. Yeah, it is unfortunate. But, yeah. Okay. Yeah, there we go. How are you? How are you, Theo? Yeah, I haven't really given 3.9 much of a go. I have used it a little bit and it has been fine, but I haven't used it in anger, as they say. Now, why is that happening? So I can go up as far as there. It's like an X or Y coordinate is not updating. But the collision detection is kind of half working. But anyway, yeah, that's the principle of it. I know that's not an ideal example, I suppose. Let me see what we can do to fix that. So we've got our, you know, we are choosing the correct tile, and we are getting collision detection. So one of the things that could be happening here is that we're just checking if it's colliding without checking if the change is because of this. Fair enough, Ian. Good night. Yeah, thanks very much for coming along. You can catch up. I may even have another beer. But yeah, so the thing is here that it may be an issue that yeah, that I'm not checking that the collision has happened only because of this. So we might have to set up a sort of a flag that lets it know if it has already collided. So we'll do that now in a second, yeah. No worries, no worries. Yeah, like I say, thanks very much, kind words, and yeah, sure, I'll talk to you on the Discord at some point. Oh, there's more left in that than I thought. Okay, so let's just say so we're gonna have two flags, one for collision X, one for collision Y. And we'll do our, here's our collisions now. So we do our movement. And we'll do that. We'll say and collision X equals 0. So sorry, I didn't cover this before, but it's, you know, it's fairly self-explanatory. You can and checks together on an if, and the if is only true if both of those terms are true. You can also or, and you know, that kind of thing, and not. Yeah, so that's fine. And collision equals 0. So basically that means the last time around we're going to say we got a collision, and yeah, so that should stop it happening again. So we should be stuck where we are. Now, how do we reset it? What we need to do is we need another thing just to say we change direction. So I'm going to have previous joy X and previous joy Y. So we're recording what we did the last time. So if we have a change of direction, that yeah, that resets the collision. So so that stops us moving, and that sets the collision flag. And so what we need to do is so at the end, we just make a copy of these. Oh, I see. So I have done the collision detection only in one direction. Okay, this makes it actually, yeah, this makes sense as why it's not working in one. It's only working in one way and it's doing weird things, is because yes, I didn't even implement it going the other way. So we probably don't even need that. So let's just disable that and see if we fix it by doing this. Sorry, I forgot I had two separate routines for left and right, because normally in a sort of a, you know, with game movement, if you're not dealing with the scrolling, you can kind of go, this is just how it works. It goes one way or the other way, and it doesn't matter because the direction is just a number. But yeah, it's a bit different here, where we've got scrolling to deal with, and we've got a different scrolling strategy in each direction. So up here we check. We get our. We actually have to get more than that. So it's the first thing we do after the first thing we do after the man, it would be man x minus speed down here. So we just make some space there, and we insert it here. That might be enough to fix it, rather than faffing. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, this looks good. Yes, I think we fixed it. That was the problem. It was only checking in one direction, not the other direction. Although, yeah, oh yeah, you can. So you can move through those trees, but not the other trees because they disabled it. And now you can move to them and not to them. So there is the collision detection. Basic collision detection. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to give the guy some width. So man tile X. So you know what, I'm going to take Zuperdan's suggestion. I think it was Zuperdan anyway, and just give that a go first. So you know what, we don't even need that, because what we did was we've loaded our guy with a handle that's kind of, you know, top left corner. We just like, this is one of those things where it's as simple as that, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, it's what you know, the problem with having the thing trigger on both collisions is that you don't know whether it's the X or the Y collision that's done it. So when you go to somewhere like that, you can't move sideways. So that's the little thing to fix. But yeah, we need to give him a little bit of bulk. But so he overlaps, but at least it's sort of consistent all around. But you know what? I think you might be onto something. I think it might be simplest to do. I think he's only like, is he 8 pixels wide? Let's have a look. He is. Oh, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ugh. An odd number of pixels makes for good symmetry and all that. It makes for poor logic, because the handle is not going to be in the middle. It's going to be 1 pixel to the left of the middle. So what did I say it was? Yeah, but let's just say let's +5 just to give it a bit of bulk. And we have to put it in brackets because I think the logical shift has a higher priority mathematically. See, yeah, I'm actually wondering about this now, because this will tell us, you know, the tile, you know, an extra little bit to the side, but that's not really the tile we're in. So okay, we don't really need anything about the tile we're in at the moment except for the collision, so that's probably fine to do that. You might need a different strategy. You might need to calculate a collision X coordinate, like a sort of so basically like a hitbox, and that can be done separately. But yeah, so for the moment we're not actually using these tile X calculations. So man map X, and then for going the other way, if you want for pixel perfection, you can probably do that -4. Yeah, we'll do that, and then we have to do the same for Y. Yes, but for collision, for about, yeah, that's for like an enemy kind of hitbox. But this being a map, it might be beneficial to have it so there's a bit of a gap there. You see? So that gives it a couple of pixels of space either side. Yeah, it's entirely up to the game designer. But yes, as far as enemies go, you want it to be a little bit more forgiving. So yeah, it depends. It depends on what you want. You could do it either way. You could, absolutely. You are correct. It depends on what you want from it. But yeah, that's kind of it, and we'll do the same with the X and Y thing now. Yeah, you just have to do the same with the Y. So let's say if that was right. I have it. The keyboard I'm using is it's relatively new, and it has backlighting within the keys, and it's the symbols are the opposite way around to how you expect them. Like the numbers are on the top, and all the characters, like the brackets and the quotes and stuff, are on the bottom, and that's because that's where the LED is. And sometimes I look at the keyboard and it confuses me. I'm just not used to it. So like, so the equals is on top and the plus on the bottom. So I sometimes find myself pressing shift equals to get the equals, but it's not. It's just press the key because that's what's lit up. But yeah, it's a weird one. Yeah, and if you gave me a keyboard with no symbols on it, I'd probably be fine. Yeah, one of those things. So JY, equal to -1, we'll go equal to, so we're going left, so, or sorry, we're going up, so y minus, we'll try this with 5 as well. And do the same for this guy in the downward direction. Take the 1 plus 5, and we don't need that calculation there. I can imagine. Okay, so what we have in the Y direction is a slightly undersized hitbox. You see? So he actually kind of hits the tree a bit. And in the X direction, we've got a slightly oversized hitbox. And so he hits away there. So, anyway, there is collision detection kind of working. Or, well, I say kind of working, it's working. Like, there you go, but that is independent of the map position. That will just work because we've calculated it based on the world position. Is it? There are some keys that are funky on WinUAE on a UK keyboard, but I found a key map that actually sort of maps to a PC keyboard. And then, so all the keys do what they say on the key, which is kind of, I kind of like. Now, when I go and use a real Amiga, then it takes a little bit to get used to the apostrophe, which is the main thing, and the pipe. But in general, it's, it might be a case of, there are key map editors and things you can get that might be able to help you out. Now, I don't know if you guys want to stick around for a while. I might go and get another beer and then do a little bit more. Is there anything else you want to see? Or do you want to call it? Well, yeah. Well, basically, it depends on how you implement it. But when you have a collision, what about building the tile again over the pixel here, so the pixel will appear behind the tree? Yes, and that's doable as well. Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to get a beer because I know there's at least one person sticking around, and I'll be back in a moment. Stay. Yes, I do all the time. Hoo-ha. Okay, so home plus right shift plus 3 is where it is on some keyboards, like non-British keyboards. Like on the US keyboard, I think it's home shift 3, as in that's where the hash symbol is. But yeah, the like for the UK keyboard, the hash symbol is right beside the enter key, so it's a very easy shortcut for the right hand side. You know, yeah. Now I have Cairngorm IPA, and for the uninitiated or for the people who aren't familiar with their Scottish geography, the Cairngorms are mountains in Scotland, and this is American and South Pacific hops, and you can smell it straight away. It's like, yeah, it's very fruity. It's in a stout kind of bottle. I'm not a huge fan of stout, and I know that's shocking as an Irishman, because like it's basically our national drink and our national pastime to consume stout. But that's nice. Home is a key. You press together with other keys. Did I miss something here? Home I think is sometimes used when you don't have a right Windows key on a PC, because a lot of PC keyboards don't have a right Windows key anymore. Like this one doesn't have a right Windows key. It has an FN key for fiddling with the keyboard settings, but it has a right menu key, and it's the menu key that I use as the right Windows key, or the right Amiga key. Now, so where were we? What were we talking about? Dun dun dun. Collision. Okay, so yes, you could, and what I'll show you how we can do that actually. If we want to blitz, so he's basically behind the trees. You can do so. There's a little bit of perspective kind of thing going on there. Oh, well, actually, yeah, it's a little bit awkward, but basically, all you do is if you're, you know, if this is where we would use our man tile Y. And we would say, yeah. So we don't need it there, but we'll deal with it down here. Oh no, one delete. So if we're more than halfway through the tile, let's say, we want to redraw the tile below. And that is It's not ideal doing it here. You know, you probably want to get into the realm of double buffering, or you might get slight glitches here. But sure, we'll give it a go anyway. So we should. These variables haven't been touched, so we should still be able to draw exactly where we are. So we're going to copy this code here and just see if this will work for us. And so man map y. This, well, okay, let's have a look and see. We want that outside the main loop, or outside that section there, because we want it to happen even if we're going in the X direction without going in the Y direction, or it'll look a bit weird. So okay, so we've got the variables we need, I think. So oh, see, this is constructed to block map. Let me see. So we just want to man tile y plus 1, and that's all we're doing is we actually probably don't even need this stuff, and we don't need that even, I'd say. So if we're more than halfway down through a tile, because the tile's 16, let's see, we want to draw man tile X, man tile Y, should be maybe as simple as that. I can see there being problems because we've calculated these based on the collision box. So well, let's have a look at what it looks like anyway. Let's see if we can get the guy to go behind something. Woohoo! Boom. Array subscript out of range. What happened here? Map. What's man tile X? Zero. Why? Yes, because it's man map X, isn't it? Not man tile X. So let's see what this looks like. It's going to work. Oh. Yeah, it's not going to work. We beheaded our poor guy. Almost. Almost. We're kind of in the right ballpark. We're shifting all our tiles up one. And are we doing the same? We go the opposite direction? Yeah, we've basically got it reversed. You see, he kind of goes underneath things. So there we go. He's underneath the forest. Okay. Yeah. Grant. Man map Y. Yeah, see, this is part of the problem if we're going sort of oh, there you go. You've got a good point there. Yeah, you've foreseen a problem that I did not even see. So there's not a lot of point in continuing this particular path of thing. So yeah, the tiles include the background. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So what you need to do there is you need to separately blit. So you need sort of a green background and separately blit your trees onto it. Now that is doable. It's extra costly, as in, you know, you need to have those extra shapes there, or you need to do it that way. Yeah, that's a fair point, but you get the principle of it. You know, you kind of, this is sort of about your Z depth, I suppose, but it's about, yeah, drawing from back to front. And so you draw your man, and then you draw your tree, and if your tree is in front of the man, then it will look right. But yes, you're spot on. You can't do it that way because the tile is all the one. So you can have a separate shape for the tree with transparent background, and that would work. But yes, this is this is a fruitless search with this particular kind of train of thought. But you get the idea. Yeah, it's basically about drawing the next tile down in the map in the right place at the right time, and your man will appear behind it. There are stencil blits as well that you can do, and if you have a stencil that's the shape of the tree, you can blit basically just the tree of that shape. It doesn't seem worthwhile for something like this because you just have a separate shape that's the tree and blit that instead. But you know, that is a method, S-blit, stencil blit, and it involves having a stencil bitmap, and you can it basically yeah, actually, you know what, I don't think that would work either. Because that's for blitting into a stencil. It's not an actual. It's yeah, stencils. I don't like them. You blit into a stencil. You don't blit with a stencil. So so basically, your stencil would be your basically it's not a good fit for this method. But your stencil would be, let's say, objects that your character moves behind that are in the foreground on like, let's say, a platformer or something like that. So they're kind of part of the scenery, but not like, well, you know what, they would work for this if the stencils are a funny one, but they do work, and I have experimented with them back in the day. But what you would need is a separate stencil bitmap that basically has the outline of all the trees on the map on it, and then you stencil blit the player every time. Now, stencil blit is slower than a normal blit, but you know it works. But yeah, I wouldn't be bothered with it for this. It's if you have a lot of objects that are going to be part of the scenery that you move behind, maybe. But for this kind of thing, it does not seem to be doesn't seem to be a good fit. I would just redraw the tile instead. Yeah, the Blitz Basic manual is interesting. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, Super Dan's like a legend with the old gift subscriptions. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. That is fantastic. But yeah, so okay, so yeah, so let's abandon that for now anyway, because it would involve cutting out the tree and having it as a separate object to blit. Or should we? Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Where have we got this? Okay. So it's shape 4. It's this one. This guy here. So that's it. But what we're going to do is, instead of that, we're going to use the background color to cut it out. Which isn't going to work either because, yeah. Back to what I was doing first. So, yeah, so here's some more palette lessons and so on. So, oh yeah, we want to set our background color to that and try again. Let's cut out that 15 by 15. So it's a 16 by 16 tile. And yeah, we just delete the background. Do it the simpler way. And let's cut that out again. By 15. Okay. Save that as let's see. foregroundtree.iff. Yep. I would too. Just testing you. Yeah, but like I think it probably won't make a difference because you wouldn't be going down that far into it. But yeah, that is a good point. You want everything only that your character can actually stand behind. So that is 15 by 15 there. Cool. Cool. Now let's see how that works. So where do we get our shapes here? So so we load in the background and their shapes are 0 to 7. So let's load shape. So this is going to be shape 8. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just doing this for simplicity here, like you know, just as a demonstration. So foreground tree. So now we've got our shape. And we need to figure out if let's get rid of all this crud. Let's see what we're doing. So we're just going to do a special case here for that tree then, but yeah, I'm just going to demonstrate for this tree. But yeah, you would have transparent versions of all the trees and easy to put them in the tile map in the map. It would also be very easy to just do a map of to blit a shadow, you know, and have a green background. But anyways, yeah. So I'll take that as a compliment. I'm yeah, you know, thanks very much. I think, you know, this is doing a lot of stuff I hadn't planned on, but you know, and also being a bit on the spot, but cool. Oh, Super Dan's clearly yeah, feeling flahuluk, as we say. Got yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. That is awesome. You're a legend. I'll have to sort out some sort of special Super Dan emoji. That's cool. Okay, so instead of doing the man map x and y plus 1 block, so we're going to look at that shape and I'm going to put it there. So let's see. Yay! That's one emoji. That's kind of like the default kind of thing that Twitch does. I must have a look into doing fancy ones. Yeah, we'll see if we can get some more people involved. That would be excellent. Now let's see what happens. Well, that clearly hasn't worked. Oh, why? Oh, we can't use. Let me see. So, man-tile Y. Okay. We can't use block because we don't get our transparency. So that's a start, but let's go down to the tree. Let's just grow a new tree. This is kind of what we wanted. Here we are. Just one tile out. But look, he's behind the tree. Okay, nearly there. Nearly there. So what's happening here? Let me think. So we're mid-handling that. So our man actually has a mid-handle. So if man tile is greater wide, that means he's actually halfway. He's not halfway down the tile. I see. The danger of doing a +2 is you end up blitting off the bitmap if you get too close to the edge. But let's try it to see what it looks like. +2, yeah, that's not what I wanted. Ah! Look what I missed. This is what's been wrong the whole time. That's a capital 1, I'll have you know. Let's see. Let's see. Has it worked? Has it worked? Almost. Almost. You know, we need a tree we can actually go behind. That's the edge of the map. So let me think. That's a mid-handle. So how tall is our guy? Oh, that was the right one. How tall is our guy? He is 12. He's 13 pixels high. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So half of 13 is like 7, 6, 7. So 12. So we're 4 pixels short because we moved our handle. Oh, now we've got loads of trees to test, and now we're stuck because the collision detection hasn't taken that into account. Oh no, because I'm using the wrong keys. Oh no, still not doing that. Why are you not drawing? Why? Oh, I thought that was it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change the collision box smaller so I can see what we're doing. So we should be able to move right into the tree. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see. It's because I'm hitting the stop and it's not redrawing it because I haven't moved. Oh, let's see what I can do about that. Man tile Y greater than 12. So let's drop that back to 8. Kind of works there. Look. There we go. Now it's just because of our collision detection that's not working. And that's because I'm calculating the tiles. So, you know, the way I said earlier that this was going to cause problems. I've calculated the tile position 4 pixels off. Oh, thanks very much. You're very good, very kind. Wow, you're all very generous. Have yourselves a beer. I'm having a beer for you guys. But there you go. So there's our little dude going behind the tree. Now, when he hits the stop, he gets redrawn. Why is that? So we redraw our guy every frame anyway. But why doesn't this get triggered when he's not moving? Man tile Y should be fine. That should still be the same. Oh, thank you. Yes, give the L shout outs there. Yeah. There's the details for anyone looking to join the jam or get involved. Please do. Please do. Because yeah, it's going to be awesome. Starting in a couple of weeks. Oh, and here's the thing. I'm not really going to be able to stream next week. Because joy of joys, my parents-in-law are coming to visit for a week, and this is their room. So I'll see what I can do from my laptop, but I don't think it's really viable to do a stream because I have a potato laptop. So I don't think it's going to be possible to do any streams. I will have to make up for that afterwards. But yes, so they'll be here for a week. That's us almost up to jam time. And then, you know, I don't really know, to be honest, what I'm going to be doing. But I probably will do some I probably will do some streaming or some, you know, definitely do some progress reports and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll do some streaming over the jam time as well. Well, yeah, absolutely. I will definitely have WinUAE with me. I'll be out of the room. All my Amigas will be packed away. So, well, yeah, I will have. I'll have to do some thinking because yeah, we've kind of got some vague ideas and they're going 100 different directions, and I'm like, yeah, this could be awesome, this could be terrible, and I don't know if I'm ever going to get it done. You know, that's the fun. So I'm doing all this talking and doing all this graphic stuff, and then we'll you know, end up not making the deadline. Something like that, you know. So we'll see what happens. Now, what is happening? Is it? Oh, VectorFunk's here. Hey, welcome along. I didn't realize you were lurking there. VectorFunk now had one of the most interesting streams that I've seen in a while. And I say, you know, interesting, I'm going to air quote that. He was retro-briding some keys, and it was like a 4-day stream or something like that. It was literally just camera looking at the screen or looking at the keys. It was like, yeah, I love it. That was very cool. How did they turn out in the end? Oh, where's my beer gone? There we go. Did they look all right, those keys, or did they, or how did they turn out, and what's the story? What's the plan? Excellent, good stuff, good stuff. Because it was a nice slow process you were doing, wasn't it? It was because it was over 3 days, I think it was, or something like that. Good stuff, good stuff. But yeah, it's not every day you see as sedate a stream as that. Good stuff. But yeah, and I checked in like the second day, and it was exactly the same view. But it's good because, you know, I had that on. I was soldering away or something like that. I was just chatting away with VectorFunk, so it was good fun. Yeah, that's always. Well, see, I think the people who are melting their keys are doing kind of this 60-degree thing and trying to boil them into submission, like, and yeah, it doesn't end well, like, as well as probably fumigating their house, like. I think it's probably not the best idea. But I've heard, anyone else wondering, VectorFunk is in the Irish Amiga user group, and so he shows up to the Irish Amiga shows. Now, I can't understand why this isn't getting redrawn. But yeah, welcome along. I don't know how much of this you've caught, or when you popped in. You should pop over, Dan, sometime. When we have them back in person. We have had people come from all the way from. The lads are Norwegian. There's a group that come from Norway every year, I think. For the last, well, okay, yeah, we haven't had it in person the last 2 years, but for about 3 years, there was the Norwegian contingent who came over, got absolutely hammered for the weekend, and went home, and they were great crack. They were oh God, I can't remember any of their names now. I can't remember. They were game developers, or at least one of them had, like, you know, was running a game dev studio. But yeah, they were pretty cool. And you know, I was talking earlier about doing the Blitz Basic presentation in the morning, dying of a hangover, and these lads are coming over, absolutely drinking me under the table, and you know, showing up bright as a button the next morning, taking part in the first tutorial of the day. I'm like, oh God, you know what? I crawled up the road to get here. I can't do this. But fair play to them. I even have one of his business cards around somewhere. It has been lost under 3 years of crap on my desk. But anyways, yeah, I don't really know why this is not getting. Is it just a timing thing? It feels like the kind of thing that might disappear with double buffering. You know, because I think we're getting slightly glitchy there. But then you know, we're only blitting 2 small things. We shouldn't need double buffering for that small thing. So we blit. Excuse me. We blit our man. We blit our man again and again. We erase him. We erase him, then we blit him. And then we display the bitmap. But we are already displaying the bitmap. So when we go down here, we say if we're over that far through a tile. Yeah, I went the wrong way. I should have done like sort of 6 pixels for that or something like that to get that full effect. I did the calculation backwards. We've no trees of that type. Although we're stopping on that tile for some reason. Anyways, let's run that again, and let's get some some trees to hide behind. There we go. There's a tree. We can hide behind that. Yeah, that's redrawn all the time, except for when he's already as far as he can go. He's already waist deep in tree, and then he pops out. Ooh. What's going on? What's going on? So we draw our man no matter what. And we draw this because he hasn't moved in that time. He hasn't moved. Because if we do a J, if we look here, oh, it's because we're not doing the same thing as we're doing in the X direction. We're not doing the. That's what it is. We're not correcting the position. We're just let's see. Oh no, we are. Minus JY times speed. So the top. That is based on the final position. We are correcting before that. Genuinely don't get it, but that could be the beer. jy equals 1, man map y, man y plus 2. Yeah. Now I think, yeah, because look what we're doing. We're calculating our man map y based on the faulty position. So our man map y is actually sort of a little bit out of place. This is what I was saying. You probably need to do two separate calculations here. You need to do one for the actual map grid coordinate and one for the collision grid coordinate. Because we're upsetting ourselves here by this is our collision grid coordinate because it's based on a move that we later say we can't do. Does that make sense? So we're saying, so this is what for this section of code, man y is a theoretical position, like what if we move this far? That's what's happening. So we're moving a little bit beyond and we're basically entering the next tile. And then we're subtracting that again. So yeah, so we're putting it past where it should be. I'm pretty sure that's the story. I'm not sure if I want to fix it now. Will we do something else instead? Is there, or is there? Do you want me to have a look at that? Do you want me to? Let's see if we can do it. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid too many calculations and stuff like that, but I suppose with this kind of thing you need it. You did ask about an item that's sort of miles away on the map. So I think, yeah, someone, or was that you, Zuperdan, or someone else? But basically, yes, if you have a pickup or a power up or something that's miles away on the map, it'll be a case of checking the map for that grid square, or for that item. So what I would do is have a separate map that contains all the items, or have a separate property of have a separate property of the map that has an ID for that item. So yeah, so so you have tile 11 / item equals 7, and that means item 7 is in that tile, and then you can act on that once the collision gets there. So so you would just have an extra let me see. So we've done our collision detection based on 4. Well, you would draw that when you're drawing your normal map. So so when you're up here and you're blocking here, there's where you have the coordinates that you're drawing. You see, so this is you drawing your actual tiles. So you would do after that, yeah, don't obviously pseudocode, but yeah, no, if you had a look here, this is where you're drawing the things you want to, or you might even put it in here. So let's see, and you'll probably want it twice then, because you do want to draw it twice depending on what's going on. And then yeah, just split that item at the same place, so you draw it on top of what you've just drawn. I think that would be the way to go, because then it'll appear on the tile. What you could do as well is you could have a separate queue or a separate buffer. So I've set up a buffer so you can draw and undraw the player, but you don't have to unbuffer every frame. You can just unbuffer certain items. Or what you can do is you can do the same kind of idea. You just, as down here with the tree, you just redraw that tile once the item has been picked up, and you only have to do it once, so it's not going to glitch or anything like that. you're not going to see any flicker. So it's just when you pick up the tile, either do an animation or, you know, get rid of it, or, you know, so you can do it that way. It would be nice, wouldn't it? You know, to be to be able to do that. There you go. But exactly, yeah. I've done that for a couple of things where you have dedicated buffers, and there's no sort of practical limit to the number of buffers you can have. You're limited by RAM, and in Blitz terms and in Amiga terms, there has to be chip RAM. But if you're talking small Blitz, like, you know, sort of 16 by 16 square, you know, sure, go nuts. Have loads of queues, have loads of buffers saved up, because you're probably only going to have a few items on board. Like the other way to do it is to just draw them on the screen when you're you know, like the player, you know. So you can do that, and you buffer it every time, and you redraw just the items that are on the screen. And so you can do that in the very same way as blitting the player. So up at the top here, you know, you blit your player and then blit your items, and do the whole lot in the buffer and redraw them every frame. Because if it's small stuff like that, it's easy. You've got plenty of blitter time to redraw everything. It's only if it's tricky stuff that you can't. You know, if you've got big items or lots of items. But yeah, drawing lots of small stuff like that, especially on a small tile map like that, that's easy. And 16 by 16 pixels, not a problem. I know people have done benchmarking and stuff like that before, and I think the blitter can do something like 40 or 50 16 by 16 items in a frame. So you know, so there's, you can, you know, that's kind of your limit, or is it 20 or 30? But anyway, it's a significant number of items that you can draw, and you know, it's, you know, obviously it's far more on something like the Mega Drive or something like that, you know, dedicated tile hardware, but it's, you know, it's a good number, and yeah, so you can do that. But yeah, for efficiency, if you draw it into the map effectively, you can, you know, it can stay there on the map, and it, you know, it's effectively part of the background until you get to that tile, and then, you know, you trigger an event when it, when you, you know, do it sort of around here. You know, if you can do it there. Yeah, you do it there, and then do your magic, and whatever has to happen there. Yeah, I think a layered tile map is either a layered tile map or properties in an item or in a map are the way to go. I'm not all that familiar with Bubble Bobble on the NES. You know, there have been some pretty impressive tricks done on the NES, to be fair. But yeah. Yeah. So, any questions on that? Or let me see now. I was also going to cover the blitter time by doing different colors. So yeah, so what we'll do that. But basically, you know, there are a few ways of doing it, but if you directly bang the hardware registers, that's the simplest way to do it. And this is the line that I use. So these are your color registers, and DFF 180 hex is the background color. So, and they're words. So 182 is register 1, 184 is register 2, and so on. Okay. So they are 16-bit words and they are 12-bit values. Are they 12-bit values? Yes, they are. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So basically, each of these is a nibble, and that's your red, green, and blue values. You know, you can do it in you know, whatever format you want, but it's nice that it actually works with the 4-bit hex. And so, you know, red, green, blue, and that gives you a light green there in the background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that. I'm going to set that as our basic default up here, just before we start our main loop. Actually, you know what? We're going to do that here. So let's realize it's not going to work here because we can't see the overscan. Let me see if WinUIE is going to completely shaft me when I do overscan. Yeah, you can't read that. Let's see. Forgive me for this. Ugh. See, the problem is that oh, you know that the problem isn't that. The problem is that you can't see the background color on any of the screen. You know, so I'm just gonna see syntax error. What's that? Oh yeah, you don't like my pseudocode? What? What? yeah. Scribbling all over my code. Okay, so now we have more access to the screen. So we can walk around the forest a bit, I suppose. But yeah, so basically that's what we have there. And so let's say we want to check how long it takes to draw our player. And so it's light green, and we're going to change that to light red, otherwise known as pink. Now what's happening here, I think, is oh yeah, so we're going to run this, and the emulation's running way too fast, but also we're not seeing the background beyond where we are. Let me slow down the chipset. Cycle exact full and A500 speed. Now here we go. Do you see the green section there? That is, think of all the way down to the bottom as full frame. Well, because it is full frame, but that green strip there, that's how long, that's how much of the frame it takes to do the blitting of the player. And it's changing slightly. You can see the bit of a flicker there when it goes to the pink, and the pink, you know, the pink takes over. That's kind of when the blitting is finished, and it varies a little bit, but generally it's kind of that much at the top of the screen. Okay, so you can see that it doesn't take much time to do that, and that's now we've got it on A500 speed. Everything is going to be like treacle. But yeah. I wonder, is it just because it's display bitmap that we're not seeing the rest of it? Crunchy. Let's see. Yeah, I think display bitmap is probably messing things up. So we're seeing a bit of flicker there. That's kind of just how it works. Sometimes it just doesn't do the job. But let's see what happens. We go behind our tree. You know what we're going to do? You know, so that you get that flicker. That's just kind of part of the effect that we have. But let's do some other colors in other places. So scroll right. Okay, so we turn it pink there. So that's for the scroll right, and then light blue for the left scroll. Then here we'll do something else. What do we do? Dark green at the start of our movement calculations, and then dark red for if we redraw the tree. Let's just see what that looks like. Okay, so you can see up here at the top we've got all the different colors that we've been dealing with. So pretty much everything is happening in a very small space. But see, now we're moving. The light blue is taking up more of a frame when we go left, you see? So we can see how much CPU time, or see how much of the frame moving left calculations take. And we move down here. Splitting the tree takes basically no extra time really. I can't remember what colour splitting the tree was anyway. But it's very small blit. So you can see there. So it is a bit jumpy and jerky, but that's it. Now the red covers most of the screen because it basically, we leave the dark red on there until the screen's finished. You know, until the screen's finished redrawing. So so what I usually do is just before. It's a very nice technique, it really is. So just before the V-weight that's there, we'll just do an 888 for grey, and that'll show us the grey is kind of like the spare time, because grey is basically, we set it to grey and then we wait for the frame to finish. You see, so there we go. This means we've got like 95% of the frame free, and you can see what difference it makes when I'm moving. Like so when you're moving down and up, green takes priority. Now red is a much bigger section there. See that? See, now it just shows you the difference that it takes to draw that tree. So we move up away from the tree, we don't have that section anymore, or it's much reduced. It's about half the size, or less than half the size. So you can see the difference that makes. Moving left to light blue, I think we missed out on something for moving right. Don't know why it's such a big deal to move left, but green. As we move up and down, I can't even remember what green was. But when I was doing Dodgy Rocks, I was benchmarking this. I had it on full screen, and I had little bits of tape on the side of the monitor where each of the colours was, and I'd adjust something because I was really tight to the timing. I would adjust something, and then I would see if it still met the line, and if it was slightly above, I think, oh yeah, I've saved a little bit of time there. And then I'd sometimes adjust something and it would go down, and you're like, oh no, I've lost time there. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, there you go. That's quite a yeah, it's and because I was only working on it part-time, obviously, and I was working from home. Was I working from home? Oh no, I wasn't actually, but it was my main computer that I used for loads of things, but I had this tape on the side of my monitor for ages. Yeah, it's it works, you know. So scroll left is light blue. What color was scroll right? Pink. I don't really know why scrolling left is a big deal. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, because I was afraid of upsetting any of my WinUAE settings as well, because of, like, you know, if the screen, like, if the resolution changes or anything like that, all this is gone. Like, so I was like so paranoid about messing it up. Because there's quite a lot going on in that game. Calculations wise, there's quite a lot of you know, sort of fine calculation going on in the very gradual speed ups and things like that it does. So it was yeah, there were times where I couldn't get it to run at 50 frames a second, so it took a lot of work. But I find that technique really valuable for a lot of stuff. You know, any kind of games or anything. You know, because yeah, you just do different colors, different points in the frame, and you can see what's hogging all your screen time. Thanks very much, Theodoric. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, thanks very much for coming along, and you know, I appreciate that. I appreciate the comments. Theo, yes, I think I settled on that the last time as well. Yes, no, thank you very much for coming along and your kind words, and yeah, it's greatly appreciated. Yeah, I think I will. I have about that much beer left, so that's what I'm going to have, and then I'll probably head off to bed now as well, because I'm on dad duty. And it's a bit easier when my other half isn't here. It's you know, I say it's a bit easier. You know, I love her to bits and all that. It's sort of you know, I can, you know, I still need to be somewhat coherent at 7 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, so I can say, oh, here's the Wii U. You go and play for a while. Let me sleep for an hour. You'd be amazed at that kind of thing that happens in work, you know. It's like, you know, has anything happened? Has anything changed? Just put some tape and a bit of pen. Yeah, it's you know, you'd be amazed. It's like I use it everywhere. Oh, I did see a friend actually was using that, because the house he was living in, he was renting this house and he was living there with a few other people, and there's a massive crack in one of the walls, and you know, the landlord was having nothing to do about it, and yeah, and so, you know, so basically he was like, you know, the crack is spreading. The landlord's like, no, that crack's been there forever. So he has tape all the way down along the wall, and he's marking it with dates. He's like, yeah, the crack is spreading. Like, 6 months has moved that much. Yeah, it's a great idea. But anyways, so is there any questions on this stuff? Any questions on that as a sort of a debugging tool? Now, the thing is that if your stuff takes longer than a frame, it all goes to hell because you get this flickering color stuff and it all looks a bit mad. And yeah, so you have to bear that in mind. So yeah, if the colors are not like nice and neat and even like that, either something crazy is going on and you're doing significantly different calculations every frame, or you're doing it in more than one frame and the colors are spilling over into the next frame, if you like. Oh, did they? Cool. That's yeah, there you go, technology. But yeah, it's a very useful tool for doing things. Oh yeah, only if you're running to a frame. So if you're intending things to take 2 frames, it's not so useful because you get flickers. But oh yeah, that's no good. Well, hopefully there's insurance or something like that to sort it out for him. But yeah, if you have if you're running at 25 frames a second, you probably want to know what's happening in the first frame and what's happening in the second frame, and kind of organize it that way, because otherwise if you try and do it that way and it takes too long, you're going to have flicker that's all over the place. Let's demonstrate, will we? Let's do something slow here. So where's that? That's for dark green. Ooh. You see, so this is what it looks like when you're taking more than one frame to do well, basically to run the game loop. You get this mad flickering kind of business here, and then it's kind of yeah, things aren't going as well. But you can still sort of see it, but it's not. It's harder. It's harder on the eyes. It's harder on the brain to figure out what's going on there. So I don't know why moving left is a lot heavier than moving right. I guess that might be getting caught up in the displaying the bitmap. So light red. If we move right, see there's our display bitmap, so that's when we actually sort of update the display. And move left, it's here. It's all part of that one, that loop. Oh. So yeah, the scaling of the fonts and all that is horrible now, since we've messed up our resolution. But yeah, so we move left. Okay. It's taking much more time in the frame to move left than it is to move right. Now, I don't think he's supposed to be able to move over that. I can't remember what's happened there. What's happened there? He's not able to anymore. Okay, I don't know if that's because he started off in that square or whatever. But what we haven't done actually is move anywhere on the map other than here, because we've been enclosed in trees. Now here's the thing. There's quite a visual demonstration of how much extra time it takes to blit that tree. So yeah, it's taken less than, you know, it's taken, I don't know, 5% of the frame maybe. Which kind of goes with what I'm saying, maybe 20 to 30 tree-sized items in a frame. That kind of figures. Now, bear in mind as well that when you're running the debugger, that slows things down. So if you run that without the debugger, as well as having a clearer workbench screen, everything generally runs quicker. See, everything is much higher up on the screen. So, you know, so bear that in mind as well. If you're actually going to benchmark something, close the debugger, because there you go. There's actually a lot more space, or a lot more time there. You know, we're still seeing, you know, changes based on what we're doing and the redrawing of the tree and stuff. But like, there's the tree being redrawn. It's actually not that bad. It's like less than 10% of this frame, I'd say. So small items like that, we probably get a lot more on. There you go. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Now, what was I going to do there? So, yeah, I'm going to change the map so it only does. Okay, we're going to do 5, let's say. So this will change the map a little bit and let us have a way through to so we can like actually explore a bit of the map. That is not what I expected. What have I done? Ah, dear. I thought that was just going to stop drawing trees all the way down. Okay. Sorry, that's the blitter. Yeah, no, let's just get rid of those diagonal lines altogether. Do. So now we have a full open world thing. Oh, ouch, ouch. What happened here? Oh, because we changed our handle. Of course, we did mid-handle on it, and so now it is, yeah, oh, yeah. So now basically the man is drawn several pixels to the left and several pixels to the right of our position, as well as several pixels above and below. So we need to just make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. Now, this one. Do we even need that one? Okay, yeah, that's the main one, and well, let's just see what bits are missing when we do this. Well, our man is missing. Oh, there he is, coming up at the opposite times to when he was before. But at least he's working all the way across. Yeah. Oh no, they're in the same positions, are they? Because it wasn't working at the end either. Okay. I'm going to speed that up to full speed. So, So man bmap x. So where's our man bmap x? Now. Okay, we can't use the handle thing because at some point we will always be straddling between the old and the new bitmap. Everything has to be a clean break. Okay. So, so we did a mid handle on that. So yeah, we can't have that straddling the bitmap thing. So we have to do everything. So we lose our convenience basically there. Oh, all sorts of shitty things are happening now. So right at the start. And now he doesn't go anywhere anymore. Oh, what has happened? What have we done to our poor man? You guys all saw that. It definitely worked. It definitely worked before. We're still okay there. That's really weird. I don't know what we've changed that can cause that. So what's happening? Let's see what's happening. Oh. So we can't blitz the foreground. 3. Yeah. Yeah, that happens sometimes. It's but yeah, you can do that. It's basically it's because there's something is triggering the cop list at that particular point. So it's yeah. Basically, well, I know what it is. When the when your copper list starts, where the first, like before the first line of your display, it loads in the new palette, you see, and it overwrites whatever's been there before. So if all of your stuff is happening before that, it will basically just wipe it all out. And then you'll end up with black until something else triggers it later on down the frame. So if it's all happening, you know, if it's all happening before that, well, you don't really need to worry about it because it's quicker than you need it to be. You know, that if you can get it to happen before, if all your stuff is happening before that that copper list thing kicks in, then you're finished. You know, you can do that stuff before the new display takes place. So you don't even need a double buffer bitmap in that case. but it could also be that your emulation is running far faster than the actual hardware. So all the blitting is getting done before, you know, at the top of the frame. But yeah, it sort of resets things, and you end up with so it resets things to black, and so if you've got nothing else happening, it just stays black. So what happened here? 46. .736. What happened there? I mean, this it's very annoying because this all worked fine earlier. What have I done? Yeah. If you set your emulation to cycle exact and set the chipset emulation to full, and then you should get sort of a rough estimate of like the machine you've chosen, like as in A500 or A1200. Yeah, that's kind of how it has to happen, because anything else it will just blit very, very quickly. And yeah, that's it. Let me see. I'm just gonna have a look now. Cycle exact full, and make sure immediate blitter is turned off as well, because that will just yeah, that'll just blit everything straight away, obviously. So now what is going on here? I don't really get what's happened yet. So it's clearly outside the bitmap, but okay, yeah, it's still scrolling, even though I'm oh, look at that, walking behind the tree. It's excellent. Not doing it there. Why is it not doing it there? Don't know. Why just that tree? Oh, I know as well what's happening. It's drawing the guy a couple of times. I'm only blitting once, and it's only on half of the bitmap. Yeah, so that's spot on. So yeah, you have to do it twice. You have to redraw the tile wherever your man is drawn. It's just a matter of blitting the same thing again, a few tiles down. But yeah, it's not going to work there, and then suddenly it'll start working again. Whoa! Just where I was just expecting it to kick in there, but that's the map. Yeah, that's the end of the bitmap. Have I forgotten to let me see. Man bmap X, I would say. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to do the man map X. Yeah, I didn't realize that. That's gonna blit it beyond, like, that's sort of actual world coordinates rather than let's see if that works now. Oh, squishy trees. Let's go and mess these up. squishy. Hmm. So we need to knock off the bottom 4 bits of that. How many bits is it? It's 16-bit, isn't it? So yeah, that looks like it's working for there anyway. But yeah, we're drawing on the wrong half of the bitmap here. But it's working. And he's kind of going behind. Yeah, it's going to be offset a little bit. Although we're redrawing in the wrong tile because our tile collisions are a few pixels off because we're using the same coordinates for both. But yeah, it's kind of getting there. Kind of getting there. Yeah. Okay. So yes, basically you have to draw on the other half of the bitmap. What I've done here, sorry I didn't really explain this. The man bitmap X is kind of where I am on the bitmap in actual pixel terms, but this is taking off the bottom 4 bits. So this is an AND, a bitwise AND, which means each individual bit of the whole number is given a logical AND with the same bit in the value. And the value is all on, all on, all on, all off, which is 1111, 1111, 1111, 0000. And what that means is that that cuts off the last 4 bits, which means that you only get the kind of the value of sort of 0 all the way up to, then suddenly it's 16, then it's 32, 48, 64, 80, 96. It goes, so it's a kind of it's kind of the cheapest way CPU wise of doing that kind of rounding, if you like. But anyways, yeah, so that's yeah, that's basically it, I think. So that basically that means it'll only be drawn at the right X location, like the top left X location for where it is. It's triggering a little bit early because of our collision boxes being like, what is it, 4, 5, 6 pixels too far off. Yeah, 5 pixels off in the X direction. So yeah, so it's not going to really work all that well there. But basically solving that would mean using 2 separate variables or 2 separate calculations. One for the actual collision coordinates and the collision square, and one for your actual square. So you don't have to do both. So the hypothetical square is only hypothetical, only used for the collision detection and not used for anything else. I'm going to give it a go, give it a rest there. That will do. I'm going to go to bed. But any questions before I go? Any questions? Anything you want me to go over just quickly. And yeah, like I said, I probably won't be able to stream for the next week or so, and then we're into the jam. But that's okay, you know, jam time. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it's going to be good. And yeah, I've some vague ideas for a game. I'm not sure how it's going to work out, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. So yeah, so I'm gonna give it a rest there. What I'm going to do is let's just raid Amiga Live. They're the only people I follow that are online at the moment because it is 20 to 2 in the morning. Yeah. So yeah, bear with me a second now. Raid them just to raid, I suppose. But yeah, listen, thanks very much, guys. Thanks very much for the follows. There were follows there. There were bits. There were subs. There was all sorts of stuff going on there. Thank you. Really appreciate that. That was awesome. Super Dan, my my hero. Okay, so here have we got Amiga Live. Let's just go and see what they're doing, or what, who's playing on that, and what's going on. Oh, a bit of Dizzy in Magic Land. Okay. Right, yeah, like I said, thanks very much, guys, for coming along. I'm going to go to bed. Yes. Yeah, it's been awesome. I've really enjoyed that. Thanks for putting me on the spot, and it's all good. Listen, take care of yourselves, and good night.